mineral engineering, sustainable mining. So these are the things which we can think in terms of sustainable growth of that region where Central University can participate. Thematic COE bridging, tradition and transformation. So there is a need of national research grid of the central universities, and they must be linked with the IITs, IMs, and ICERs for the shared responsibility and shared problem. Enable joint PhD, shared infrastructure, data collaboration, and innovation missions. Last day we have discussed a full session on Indian knowledge system. I have just put a small things, but all these things have been covered in the last session. PMRF. This is one of the very important fellowship has been initiated by the government of India with 70,000 rupees fellowship to the PhD research scholars. And now it is a leveling the field, elevating the future. If you see the data, IIT share almost 75% of PMRF. ISC 14%, single institute. University takes only 4%. And if I name, it is University of Hyderabad, Banaras Hindu University, Jamia Millia, Jawaharlal Nehru, Aligarh Muslim University, and University of Delhi. Only 6 universities. This is a serious concern for all of us. Take the advantage of PMRF, because it offers a fellowship of 70,000 rupees, and we give fellowship to our research students 8,000 rupees. There is a huge difference. This also enables you to retain their top talent if we can catch them in early and reduce migration to IITs and NITs. Catalyze doctoral research hubs and improve. Yes. So I have 3 minutes more, so I will finish it. Strategic alignment with readiness. Align PhD with the PMRF. PMRF has a fixed call. We have to complete our admission before that. All the central universities should do this. Complete coursework within 6 months, and try to convert our grading system into the CGPA so that 8.5 criteria we can meet. And if we can meet, then our students can apply. Right now, we are not able to apply. Institutional mechanism and mentorship. Set up PMRF cells so that the top brain can be cast earlier. Identify and mentor top PhD students' talent, and link coursework performance and structured training to PMRF representatives. ANRF, it is going to be discussed by the COE of ANRF. I am not going to say. But this again shows what is the fund distribution. We are taking only 11%, where IISc takes 7% of the fund. All the central universities 11%, IISc itself is 7%. This is and why we are not able to do this? Because there is certain shortcomings among ourselves also. There is a fragmented research support system and weak proposal pipelines. We are not able to compete with them. No incentive seed funds or anchor supports for COEs or chairs. Limited industry links and no real-time tracking of the research outputs. What we can do? Prepare 3 to 5 year research plans aligned with the national priorities. All the ministry, all the NRF, they give certain theme area that in this area we are going to fund. We have to align in that area. Provide internal grants, proposal workshop, and joint industry call. Proposal for COEs, Green Infra Fund, and regional thematic cluster. That is the important which we should take care of. Beyond boundaries. So far I have been given the responsibility, what has been asked me to do. Now we should go a step ahead. And research and innovation is not always about more money. So far I have never asked that we should get central universities more money. It shows new mindsets, missions, and models. A strategic leadership for the societal research engagement. Organize domain-based faculty cluster around public priorities, health, water, agriculture. Here the leadership comes into the picture. Yesterday, someone has also said that we should have a workshop within the university and try to prepare project based on that. Build multi-department proposal, combining science, social science, humanities. Host big idea, brainstorming. Submit a proposal of 10 to 20 crore rupees, not only to Ministry of Education and ANRF, There are many ministries they are ready to fund. They need only the proposal. So we have to approach all those, embed PhD postdocs with the local governance. The last, engage alumni to establish center, chair in a specified area of the research interest. That is the one of the area which we are missing. All the US universities are mostly funded by the endowment fund. So with this, I propose there are two ways. I can take a step by step, go to 2047, or wait for someone who can take this big step and put at the next step. Choice is yours. So I propose connect, C for collaborative clusters, O for open access to infrastructure, N for nurturing innovation together, N for networking of mentors and scholars, E exchange of best practices, C capacity building of programs, T technology transfer and transnational impact. Thank you very much. While I finish here, I have been asked by AS to share some of the best practices among the universities, including BHU. So the last slide, I just collected from all of you. I wrote mail to all the Central University Vice Chancellor, and I got the feedback. I'm still getting. I will again compile and put it there. So we should have established research and innovation consultation. Many universities have done. So this trick at Banaras Hind University takes only 3 days time to process the project proposal. So that is the thing, good practices. We give incentive to PhD scholars for publishing in Q1 and Q2 journals. This reflects in last 3 years, our publication has just doubled. Earlier, we used to publish around 1,200 to 1,400. Right now, this number is around 2,800, which is in the Scopus. Internal seat funding and incentive schemes for faculty members, we are giving. We give faculty exchange, global recruitment. Apart from the UGC criteria of 100 parameters, we have imposed certain quality parameters and hired faculty from top 500 institutions. We have given incentive to faculty members on their research outputs, patents, faculty mentoring and proposal writing workshop we are organizing frequently. Just 1 minute. We are doing the internationalization also. If you see our up to 23 data, we used to admit 100 students almost per year. Now this number has increased to 400. And now this time only 2,000 applicants have applied to take admission at Banaras Hind University. We have the international mobility of the students and faculty members. For a student can spend 1 semester in top 500 institutions, we give $1,800 to spend there. And for faculty, we give $3,000 per month to spend 1 academic year at the top 500 institutions. Delinked admission from the interest test. All the international students, they are not linked with the interest test. They apply and we take the admission. There are many student-centric reforms. We give honorarium for PhD teaching. We have upgraded hostel and students' wellness, leadership. Wellness is also very critical because if you see the suicide rate, either the IITs, the first, second year students do the suicide, or the PhD students do the suicide. So this wellness program we will prepare to our students. Research opportunities through the top institutions. We send our students in the top 10 institutions 1 semester. And there is a credit research incentive to support in-house equipment. Institutional reforms. We have built BHU Namaste app. This has been built by the BHU faculty. I would like that all the central universities should take. This is free of cost. We can make it available to all the central universities, where on a fingertip, all the information of classroom, timetable, telephone directory, whatever you think, it is available on the BHU Namaste app. There is a green campus, a smart card facility. We are also concerned about ranking. Although we are not improving, we are trying our hard. On every parameter, we are increasing, but there is also the, what I should say, is the market behind the ranking, which must be aware. We have created a state-of-art academic research, CDC building. We are in-housed around 400 crores equipments there under the Sati and various schemes. We have a smart classroom all across the campus, many universities. Green campus, solar power. We have almost 6 MeV power is generating through the solar panel across our campus. So that our cost has been reduced. Rainwater harvesting. And we have built international hostels for boys and girls. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The presentation had 4 tangible outcomes: data analytics, best practices, expected role of CUs as catalyst in the India's research and innovation ecosystem, and the 4th one, which was the last slide, empowering central universities through Connect, CONNECT. May I request our expert, Dr. Shiv Kumar Kalandramanji, to please share his thoughts.
Good morning, Manya Shiksha Mantri ji and Vice President of the Governing Board of ANRF. Namaskar. Manya Vineet Joshi ji and member of our Governing Board and Executive Council of ANRF. Namaskar. And all the eminent Vice Chancellors and Honorable members here. And thank you to Professor Sanjay Kumar ji and all the Vice Chancellors who have put together such a wonderful report, and I learnt a lot in the presentation. On behalf of NRF, it is my humble pranams to all of you, and I look forward to learning from you on how we can be a bigger force and to help you all in your journeys. And I have taken on this role just a few months back. And I'm also learning, so I look forward to being educated by the best educators in the country. So with that, allow me to give you a little bit of ANRF's vision and how we are operationalizing it. Many programs are being launched. You will see many waves of new programs being launched. Okay. So you will see many new waves of new programs being launched. So allow me to give you a view of how we think about ANRF. So in ANRF, we are interested in supporting the lower end of the TRL spectrum, especially the fundamental research, the applied research, and then the translational research. One area is the broad-based funding, where we are either funding projects, we are funding people through fellowships, or some degrees of centers we are funding, and industry academic collaborative institutions, right? So think of that, and increasingly we will also be helping in shared research and innovation infrastructure. And many of these will be partnering with the Ministry of Higher Education, UGC, AICTE. We intend to be a collaborative organization, and everything we do, we hope to be collaboration first and to engender collaboration across our institutions. So if you look at the second part is what we call vertical type of investments. When I say vertical investments, these are more directed. Think of them as mission mode investments. I will give you more examples of that, which can be either for economic and value chain creation or for societal impact, like Sanjay ji was saying as well. So, one general theme we will be looking at is how do we increase the return on our investments? How do we have better productivity of research investments? And as part of that, we believe that better collaboration across disciplines, interdisciplinary collaborations, better collaborations between industry and academia, better translation, and these are all going to be important, and similarly international collaborations. So we're thinking of collaboration as a theme that can increase quality, better impact, better outcomes. So, and along the journey to, we are also going to have many partners who will be working with us. We have partnerships we are establishing with foundations, philanthropy, CSR, and so on. We are also having partners from industry and other sorts of entities, startups, MSMEs, and so on. Different partners will bring different things to the table. And some partnerships we are setting up at the top level in ANRF, some partnerships can be done in the context of projects and with institutions. And overall, our goal is to help transform the research and innovation infrastructure and capability, but with a focus on excellence. So wherever we already have excellence, we want to make it world class and the topmost in the world. How do we then increase the distribution of excellence? How do we help sort of stimulate and build capacity alongside Ministry of Education? Okay, so that's the focus we'll be having. So just to give you a sense of our recent programs, we had many programs we have launched and we are rolling out recently. One of them is the ANRF PAIR program, which is a hub and spoke program focused on research capacity development. And I'll give you more details on that, where we've had hub and spoke setup. We have 7 hubs, and each of them have had 5 or 7 spokes, totally 7 hubs and 45 spokes to be correct. And we also have another 11 hubs and 61 spokes we have funded. And I'm very pleased to observe that there are 2 of the central universities are also hubs for this. I'll be mentioning that shortly. And in addition to central universities being the spokes, right? So in our early career research grant, Prime Minister Pradhan Mantri Early Career Research Grant Program, we've had 700 plus grantees. I should mention that we have incredible responses to all our programs. For example, in the PM Early Career Research Grant Program, we have 6,900 proposals, and we were able to support 718. This was after increasing our budget for the program. Originally, we were planning to support 500. We increased the budget to over 700. So, we are making, increasing the budgets for different programs. Similarly, recently for the National Postdoctoral Fellowship Program, we got over 8,000 submissions. So, it's one of the things that is really encouraging for us is that there is a lot of submissions and it's quite competitive on one hand, but also we are responding by increasing the budgets. And in my role, I'm also taking the government appropriations and also setting up new partnerships with the non-governmental sector so that we can increase our budget and do more and increase our program sizes as well, right? So all our programs as we go forward, we will be having it as open for co-funding. So if you have, know of philanthropists or others who wanted to join hands with ANRF, please do connect them with me. We will be using that to also expand our programs and, expand the funding. Similarly, we are starting off mission mode programs. The first one we launched was the Maha EV mission, electric vehicle mission. And again, this was a hub and spoke type of setup, and we've recently funded some. Okay. This is not the only set of programs. In the last 3 months that I've been here, we have launched many programs. All of these are programs we have launched just in the last few months, or we have just awarded them. For example, our flagship program is called the ARG program, Advanced Research Grant Program. We have extended the deadline. In fact, the deadline is next week. And again, yesterday we had a stakeholders meeting, and we had 2,000 people join the stakeholders meeting yesterday. That's one of the reasons I couldn't make it here earlier. But also, we have 8,000 proposals in submission at this point, right? And again, we are increasing our budgets for supporting more proposals. So these are many of these grant proposals are small grants as well, 1 crore type program. We also have 5 crore type grants in this. And so we have many fellowship programs we have launched recently, and also our National Postdoctoral Fellowship and many other programs we are launching. So, ANRF will be launching many programs. This is just the beginning, and you will see us coming in waves. Vineet Joshi ji knows, being a member of our board. Every board meeting we are approving multiple programs, and as we go forward, we'll be launching many more shortly. So, first I'd like to mention about our PAIR program. Our PAIR program is a hub and spoke focused on increasing the research and innovation capacity across our university ecosystem. This is explicitly focused on capacity building. This is one of our flagship programs, and each of these PAIR networks, as we call them, hub and spoke, we are investing 100 crore each in this, and 70% of the budget goes to the spoke institutions. And I'm so delighted to see two central universities leading the Jawaharlal Nehru University, University of Hyderabad, as the hubs of this. And in addition, we have other central universities as the spokes. Of course, we welcome feedback on how we can make this program better, because we are going to have another round of this later. As well as we are looking at other variants of this program, working with our national labs to increase the collaboration between our national labs and our university ecosystem as well, right? So this is the hub and spokes we have supported. As you can see, there is a reasonable distribution across India. But in addition to that, we have also funded 11 more hubs and 61 more spokes at a much smaller level to keep the collaborations going between them. Those are what we call category B. Hopefully, they will also compete and be successful in future, pair calls. So PAIR is one of the programs looking at capacity building explicitly in specific areas of interest. Now, ANRF will be launching many mission mode programs over time. So think of these as each of these programs will be anywhere from 250 crores to 500 crores average, but it could also be larger programs. We have recently launched the electric mobility as the first Maha mission program. We have just recently gotten approval to launch a medical technologies medtech program, and also a program on AI meets science and engineering, how to completely revolutionize science and engineering with AI, and therefore accelerate the pace of impact from science and engineering in AI. I will be giving you some more views on that. So again, these will be launching shortly, and I'd invite all your faculty to please consider applying to this, and also as part of networks in these things, right? So here again, there are all these mission mode programs are going to be very outcome focused. We would also like to use these mission mode programs to drive collaboration between academia, labs, startups and MSMEs. So we have gotten relaxations from our executive council to, in the context of mission mode programs, starting with medical technologies, medtech. We will be also supporting startups and MSMEs alongside academia in collaboration with academia in some of these programs. So, so these will be cross-disciplinary and cross-ministerial. So rather than ANRF going into any specific ministry, they can certainly do their own investments. But where there is opportunity to do interdisciplinary, cross-ministerial, so those are the areas we tend to focus on. So the other thing I would like to mention is that we are currently thinking of launching many India challenges and opportunities. I was so pleased to hear Sanjayji's mention on various challenges. I'd encourage you to please send me concept papers and white papers so that you can help shape which areas we should prioritize and for funding. So currently we are putting together a program in agriculture, working with DG ICAR and the other agricultural departments around a Pradhan Mantri platform for open platform for agriculture, for example. So that is one example of something we are doing. Similarly, many of these other ideas are just a starting point. For example, air and water pollution is a topic, groundwater management could be a topic. And the general theme is how do I reimagine societal challenges, and it could be regional, etc. as well, right? So these are just initial thoughts, and the way to think about many of these are candidate missions that we can launch. I would like ANRF to be a more collaborative, again, consultative body where I'd like to hear from our stakeholders and our ministries on what are the areas of interest. And typically for me to launch a particular mission, I will like to see at least one ministry come together with us and one non-governmental partner, and together we launch some of these things. Right, so I'm happy to report that in some of the new missions we're launching, we have done that. So we've had a partner and so on, and I'm very keen to partner with the Ministry of Education on various initiatives, and I'm already in conversation with Vineet and colleagues. Just to give an idea of some of our new missions that are coming up, in AI meets science and engineering. As you know, AI is changing a lot of our society, but some things which people may not fully appreciate is that today science, suppose you have a new scientific formula, it can be directly modeled in AI. It can be therefore, rather than doing numerical simulations, you can do AI simulations on these, and this can dramatically transform how the future is going to be. So how you generate, how do you design the next generation fighter aircraft, how do you design the next drug, how do you do climate and weather forecasting, all of these are going to get revolutionized with AI. And we think that this can also help accelerate the pace from which basic sciences can be accelerated to impact. So we call this deep science to deep tech impact. So we are thinking of building an India stack of models and leverage our open community, and we are going to run many Kaggle contests on this, so we can have many more innovators participate. So we want to open this up in a large way, so that many more institutions and innovators and your students can also participate in building these models across many areas. So we'll be doing this in a very different way, in addition to the classic way of funding research. We are also very happy to announce that we have made some partnerships with foundations, and we have many philanthropic foundations and others who are talking to us. In general, our partnerships with foundations are set up such that ANRF continues to define the programs. Partners choose to contribute to our programs. This way, we retain the independence and governance of our programs, and we can have partners who contribute to our programs. This allows us to expand our programs, and of course we can learn the best from our partners, whether they come from industry or foundations and so on. But we want to ensure that we retain the independence, governance and direction of our programs. So this is very important for us, and we are very careful to govern this in this way. And but at the same time, we want to have flexibility of fund flows, so that the fund flow can go easily to our grantees. And another thing I'd like to mention is we are using social media in a very interesting way to amplify the work of our grantees. We want every professor, every student, every researcher to tell their stories about what they're doing, and also use social media as a first-class dissemination methodology. And if you hashtag ANRF or hashtag the particular program they're involved in, we have created channels for each of these programs, and we'll pick up the social media. And we're also using social media as a way to drive ease of doing science. See, for example, even for UCs, SCs and other sorts of things, we have been doing lots of things to help simplify the process. And I was very happy to hear about the research cells that are being set up in universities. So we are going to be trying to unburden the principal investigator from a lot of administrative responsibility, and then concentrate that in the research cells, so that way we can do it much faster, and we will also have better customer service from our end. And so the other final thing I want to let you know is that I come from the world of AI, and we are going to be using AI to democratize research. In addition to doing programs and other things, we are going to have problem banks we are going to put together from industry, from diaspora, and also from all of us here. We can have problems that are regional. I was very happy to hear about the regional problems. We are also going to use AI to help matchmake between mentors, mentees and problem statements, and we'll find ways of partnering with UGC, AICT, Department of Education on how to support these early stage things. Plus we are using AI to also convert complex papers and publications into demystified new sorts of media. I will, since I don't have time, I don't want to get into that, but I have created AI generated videos from papers, right? So if I have a technical paper or a preprint, from that you can actually create a presentation and you can create a YouTube video. We are actually in conversations with InflibNet, which is one of your institutions, to do an open science and open publishing platform, and an Anusandhan community platform we'd like to create, which can increase. Again, these are all initiatives we're trying to do to democratize research using AI and social media. This is going to be part of a master platform we intend to create, which we call Anusandhan Master Platform, Anumapi, for research and innovation. And this is a concept at this stage, but our hope is that this will enable all researchers to discover one another. This is like a national dashboard. We can also have your great work that we pick up and display here as well, and also science and technology indicators and other things, right? So we can connect to other dashboards and other works you're doing. Okay, with that, Jai Hind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for making us aware about ANRF missions, programs, areas, strategic approach, hub and spoke model, and the last one about the platform for Indian research and innovation. Now the platform is open for question answer session. Please give a mic there. May I request to introduce yourself in brief and ask the question very explicit.
Yeah, I'm Vayal Srinivas, VC Samakasara Delta Bell University. I come from humanities, but the entire presentation is very, very useful, and in fact, in eye-opener. I have a limited point. I come from Hyderabad, where we have some top institutions and top industries. We have CCMB, NIN, IICT, and we have a huge DRDO kind of network, and of course, universities. I don't really see during last 30 years any kind of proactive collaboration between academia and industry there. And Hyderabad, in fact, produced, Bharat Biotech produced Covaxin during Corona time also. That they have produced it independently. My suggestion is that as part of Anusandhan program, if you have a proactive kind of Anusandhan, at least to begin with among the universities and then national institutions within the city, and later across India, that would be a good idea for your consideration. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for that suggestion. Indeed, we are encouraging collaborations across all our programs. For example, all our hub and spoke programs, all of them are highly collaborative. And we do have, in fact, ARCI and others who are involved in some of the collaborations, and University of Hyderabad is coordinating the pair program. So, and also, even in our ARG program, we have strongly incentivized collaboration. In fact, for the larger grant, we expect collaboration as well. So we will be using the collaboration mantra in all our programs and support.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please.
Yeah. I'm Sanjay Shrivastava, Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Motihari, Bihar. My question is, rather my concern is that in the mandate of the ANRF, it is mentioned that the interface, the scientific and technological interfaces with humanities and social sciences. Since I am from social sciences background, so that very thing is taking a back seat in the efforts of the ANRF. So this is a concern that social sciences, humanities, they should also be given, appropriate space. Thank you.
No, I fully hear the concern, and so I'm learning a lot more about this. I'm very happy to announce that just yesterday we announced a new program for humanities and social sciences, the interface of science and technology. But we have been very clear that it should be led by humanities and social science. In fact, we will be prioritizing where of course, the quality and merit comes first. But that should be the lead institution should be social sciences or humanities. It is just pre-announced. The details will be coming either today or tomorrow or next week. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My question is to Kalyanji. I'm Ganti Murthy from the National Coordinator of the IKS Division, Ministry of Education. So I have two questions. One is a broad question regarding the philosophy in the ANRF, and then second one is a very specific question. The first one, what kind of policy priorities are you setting up to incorporate some of the Bharatiya models of thought processes and then into the ARF thinking itself? I'm not talking about simply the technologies, but I'm talking about the thought processes and the perspectives from the Indian knowledge systems. And then second and more specific question is, you had recently announced a convergence research centers, which actually, by the way, includes a lot of humanities and is cross-disciplinary and transdisciplinary.
Yes.
And so my question there was, what kind of, because that is a prime area for incorporation of Indian knowledge systems and that thought processes. Because I could not see that in the document itself that any place for Indian knowledge systems there. Is there any thought process there, or will that be made more explicit? Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to elaborate, you will see the full call for proposals come out by Monday for sure, if not by today. So we are calling for centers of excellence at the interface between social sciences, humanities, and science and technology, led by humanities and social science, right? So that is the number one. Now, it can be any area. We are just giving indicative areas. So clearly, Indian knowledge systems based things, So we have mentioned a few areas, but that is not exhaustive, number one. Number two is we are also open for an India Challenge program around, Indian knowledge systems based thinking. So my humble request is please give us concept papers. See, I want you to be a stakeholder in telling us where we should put our money, okay? So please educate me and help me understand where are areas which are worth our investment. So of course, I have to take it with our other stakeholders as well. But I would like you to be an equal stakeholders. Please do share with us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll take the last question from
Yeah,
Madam.
Professor Neelima Gupta, Vice Chancellor Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Sagar University from Madhya Pradesh. First of all, I would like to appreciate both the talks, which were very informative on research, innovation, and of course on ANRF. I had a few concerns. We are talking about good research, and I do appreciate it. Like in our university, we have made 8 advanced research centers. I had also sent a write-up to the coordinating university. Somehow I think it was not reflected. So our purpose is to provide research facilities to not only our students and our faculty, but to other universities as well. We have also discussed it earlier that we should have cluster research facilities, which have been facilitated earlier, and now you also talk about that we are going to have cluster universities. The problem which is coming, especially in our university, what I face, we have, like I say, 29 sophisticated high-end instruments in our CAR, in addition to the departmental instruments. The maintenance of these instruments is really very difficult. We are not even able to meet out the running expenses of these instruments. Even faculty from other universities, all information is available on our website. And my purpose is that at least we should be able to generate money for the running expenses of these instruments, but we are not able to do that. So how to maintain these instruments? Do we have any funds for maintenance? Like DST provides funds under the Supreme project, but that is only for DST purchased instruments. We have instruments which are purchased from other organizations also. So how do we go about with that? So this is my concern. And one more last one is that about the thrust areas we were talking about. Yesterday we talked about the coastal areas, and I'm also concerned about the river waters. We are one of the richest countries in having river water, but we never lay any stress. We talk about abatement of pollution, but we are not focusing on that. So I feel that this should also be included as a thrust area. Thank you so much.
Experts would like to respond.
Yeah, on the, yeah.
Suggestions are made note.
Yes, so these are very important suggestions. So we will take note of this and include in our draft paper. So I also request, means most of the things which I couldn't discuss, it is already deliberated on the draft paper. So we will share that draft paper, all of you. If you have any suggestions, kindly incorporate so that we can compile and make a nice presentation of that.
With this, we come to the close of this session, and we would like to thank Dr. Shiv Kumarji, Professor Sanjay Kumarji, and the Vice Chancellors of participating universities, and one and all present in this hall. Thank you very much.
Hello. We would like to welcome in this hall Dr. Sukanta Majumdar ji, Minister of State for Education, Government of India. So, with clap, just will welcome him. He is amongst us. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar. We are going to initiate the deliberation of the 8th thematic session. And the theme for the 8th thematic session is ranking and accreditation system. And we are fortunate to have Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman, Executive Committee, NAC, and Dr. Kanivaran, Director, NAC, as an expert for this session. And we have in the university group, Central University of Punjab as the coordinator. The other universities are Northeastern Hill University, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Jamia Millia Islamia, Gandhigram Rural Institute, Tamil Nadu. So I would request Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Dr. Kanivaram, Professor R.P. Tiwari, Professor Prabhasankar Shukla, Professor M. Krishnan, Professor Mujhar Asif, Professor N. Panchanatham for coming over the dais and for the initiation of the deliberation of the 8th thematic session. And I would also request Dr. Jitendra Kumar Tripathi, Joint Secretary, University Grant Commission, for initiating the deliberation of the 8th thematic session on ranking and accreditation system.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all. Honorable Minister, Union Minister for Higher Education, Government of India. Honorable Union State Minister for Education. Honorable Chairman, University Grants Commission and Secretary, Department of Higher Education. सभा में उपस्थित सभी गुरुजन एवं अन्य साथी सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार. This 8th session is ranking and accreditation system. So there are 5 universities that are Central University of Punjab, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Jamia Millia Islamia University, Gandhigram Rural Institute. So all these 5 central universities and 1 deemed universities, we have number of discussions, meeting. After that, we have come to conclusion to have this presentation. This theme, expert is Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe ji, who is well-known name in the area of education. Sir is the presently chairman of NETF, NAC and NVA. Second expert is Professor Ganeshan Kannivaran. He is a senior professor in IIIT Trichy. Before that, he was also director in charge of Trichy and director IIIT Sri City, and presently he is director NAC. So this presentation will start with Professor R.P. Tiwari, who served for more than 30 years in Northeast Mizoram University, and thereafter he was the Vice Chancellor of Sagar, and now presently he is the Vice Chancellor of Central University of Punjab. So I would like to request Professor R.P. Tiwari ji, sir, kindly come and share your presentation.
Honorable Minister of State, Education, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe ji, Dr. Kannivaran, esteemed colleagues, good morning to all of you. As we all know that this is the 8th session, and many points that I would like to deliberate on have already been covered. So I will briefly mention some of the highlights of our group discussion, which I had with my fellow Vice Chancellors of 4 central universities who are sitting in the dais. Let me start with why ranking and accreditation matters. You know, all of us, we know this, but just to recapitulate and warm up you for further deliberations on this topic. You know, we all know that this ranking and accreditation propels us to implement reforms stipulated in NEP 2020. They also help us to ensure higher education institutions of India to meet minimum benchmarks on academics, infrastructure, innovations, and entrepreneurship. They also help us to work out our own global benchmarking in comparison with the global benchmark, global standards that are practiced in higher educational institutions of Western countries, and to compare and work out the strategy for improvement. And we all know that both the process, ranking and accreditation, are very exhaustive, very intensive, and therefore these help us to understand, to assess our own quality benchmarks in each and every area that the higher education is concerned with, and also to work out plan for further improvement in respect of all those key performance indicators. This ranking, it is also help stakeholders to build trust on institutions and have informed choices in the selection of institutions for higher studies and research. Better employability, because many times the agencies, they ask what is your rank, what is your NAAC score. Access to funding, Dr. Kumar has just explained how better ranking help us to become hub and spokes, and how around 10 central universities have achieved the benefit of better ranking in terms of is a hub, 2 central universities as a hub and 8 central universities as a spoke. Accountability, autonomy and accountability, we all know. NRF has just been explained. We are aware of graded autonomy, and also, the last year we remember that the Minister of Education convened the conference of top 200 institutions in NIRF, and a sort of training was imparted as to how to prepare institutional development plan, and most of us have already prepared it. This also helps us to achieve global recognition and collaboration. It enhances our visibility, and also it helps us to have partnership with top 500 institutions in the country. And this is also helpful in fulfilling the national aspirations that are stipulated time to time by our Honorable Prime Minister, like Atmanirbhar Bharat and Vikasit Bharat. Here, what we have tried to show is the different ranking frameworks, national and global, and the message that we derive, the take-home that we have from analysis of these different ranking frameworks. For example, QS world ranking, as we can see here, 50% is only for reputation, 20% is for faculty-student ratio, 20% for citation. So we can say that this is basically global reputation-driven, faculty-student ratio-driven, and citation-driven. But as a result, this is reputation-driven, and it is highly subjective. Then we come to Times Higher Education. Here we can see that teaching, research, and citation, they constitute nearly 90% of the score, and rest 10% is for international outlook and industry outcome. Therefore, these are teaching, research, and citation, and which are essentially data-driven. And one of the major components is here citation. Shanghai ranking. Here we see that 30% is reserved for Nobel laureates and field medals. And then, of course, in the citation, the rest 60% is for citation. So here emphasis is on faculty and alumni with Nobel Prizes, and also the citation, the research outcome. And this essentially ignores teaching and social impact. Our NIRF, we can see here, it has national focus, it has regional relevance also, and this prepares us, to become globally competitive. Likewise, if we see this, the comparison of various accreditation agencies that we have in the world and our own NAAC and NBA, what we find is that NAAC is structural, it is structured, well structured, and it is process-oriented. NBA is, of course, outcome-based, but this is only for engineering and technical institutions. Then, NECHE, this is structured, and it, ensures continuous improvement. QAA, which belongs to UK here, this is heavily focused on peer review and consultative approach. TEQSA, this Australian one, this is risk-based quality regulations. And AA and ABET, USA, which is industry aligned, globally acclaimed, and AAC SB, this is globally recognized, but it depends on rigorous criteria. Now here in this slide, we are showing the result or the performance of various types of higher education institutions in NIF, in NIRF, right from the inception, as we can know that, these top 100 institutions, how they have done down the line, in the next, right from 2017, because, top overall category was introduced only in 2017. So here we can see that INIs, they started with 34, and they are maintaining their rank in top overall category. Now in the 2024, the number was 37. Deemed to be private universities, if you can see, they also have almost flat curve beginning from 29 to 31. And of course, the state universities, they are on the downside from 27. Last year, they became only 24. Here we can see the trend of central universities in 2017. 10 were in top overall category, and in 2024, number came down to 8. And deemed to be government universities, as we can see here, that there was only one, that is Homi Bhabha, and now in 2024, none of the private, none of the deemed to be government universities have figured in top 100, whereas their number in the country is around 40. Now here we have tried to see the performance of various institutions in top 100 university categories. As we can see here, deemed to be universities and private universities, there were 28 in 2016. In 24, their performance, their number became just, nearing to double, 49. Then the other one we can see here, the state universities, they have declined from 39 to 36. Central universities in 2016, there were 20 in number in top 100 university category, but last year they came down to 11. There is downward trend every year, and deemed to be universities, government universities beginning from 8 have come down to 2, and the INIs, here we have kept 2 INIs in this, ICT and SLIDE. So these two are the one which figured in top 100 in the university category in 2024. Now if we look at the concern, what are the areas of concern for us? We can see that we are living in the era of outcome-based education, where every stakeholder, that is, be it parents or the students or society, we see that what would be the outcome, what are the learning outcomes when the student is involved in a particular HEI. And so from that standpoint, if we see that, the NIRF, most NAC, as well as NIRF, there is overemphasis on quantitative metrics, and there is not proper assessment of teaching quality and learning outcomes. It is because it is data-driven, it is number-driven. Then we see the less emphasis on outcome-based education, and the innovation and the startup ecosystem is yet to be factorized, especially in NAC, whereas in NIRF, some component has been reduced from 2024. Student feedback system, this needs to be improvised because it is sort of ritualistic, and students are also not forthcoming with, but we have some suggestions in this strategic viewpoint. Now, alumni database in universities is very poor, whereas there is emphasis on contribution of alumni, especially in NAC. Then, the global benchmarking, of course, the context on which HEIs operate is different than the context where higher education institutions of Western world operate. But still, the global benchmarks factorization has to be there, both in NAC as well as in NIRF. Both the processes are time intensive and also the resource driven. And, they are sort of, subjective, because the perception of peer team members also depends from university to university. We have different groups of peer team members, and it depends on their own context and their own wisdom. So a lot of subjectivity is also involved in accreditation and assessment. Then, we also have, like in real data time capturing, because, it is always after the gap of 2 years that the new peer team visits. The fault may be of HEI or NAC, but that's the reality. And therefore, the 2 years data is not captured. And as I said earlier, it is time intensive and resource driven. Therefore, if, one nation, one platform, one portal starts operating where all data is available and data can be captured by accreditation assessment agencies and also by ranking agencies world over. So, the sort of the labor that is involved on the part of the faculty members of HEIs can be reduced, and real-time data can easily be captured. Of course, the issue of rural and emerging institutions are disadvantaged because they do not develop enough infrastructure to meet the benchmark of NAC and NIRF, and also there is language barrier because certain institutions operate in rural setup where the teaching and research is done in Hindi or Sanskrit or any other language, and the publications have also become issue there because Scopus and Web of Science platform, they do not entertain research articles in medium mostly other than English. So that is also the issue. Now, if we see the strategic action points that our group has suggested for this, strengthening curriculum, teaching, learning, and assessment. We all know that now with the advent of NEP 2020, we are talking about program learning outcomes, course learning outcomes, and but the issue remains that how these program learning outcomes and core learning outcomes are assessed at the end, whether these are really achieved by the learners or not, there's gray area always there. And apart from that, in curriculum, every university has vision and missions. So whether the curriculums are mapped with vision and mission of the university, because vision and missions are to be realized by the particular HEIs. So unless those are mapped with the curriculum, then the vision element will remain only on the paper. So that has to be there. Likewise, the sustainable development goals are also to be mapped with the curriculum. Then, we all know that, innovation cannot happen in silos. For that, there has to be interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary learning and research both. And we are stuck up with multidisciplinary learning only. That's not enough. So what is the relationship between various branches of science? We know that, say, for example, biological sciences, several disciplines are there. So what is the interconnection between this? What is the interface between different disciplines of biological science group, and how they interact with each other, and how coming together can help to resolve the real-time problems of the society? That cannot happen unless we involve interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary component in our learning and research. Outcome-based learning can, in our opinion, cannot happen unless we introduce open book examination. Because, if we introduce open book examination, then we have to have course correction right from curricular design and pedagogy, which is very important. And we all know that there have been several reforms, in pedagogical reforms in India as well. And in the, many central universities have smart classrooms, and they are engaging students in flip model, which for us appears to be a new model. But in one of the Shrutis, then I'll skip this, and we have already spoken about, we are introducing this model, student as a co-instructor model. What we are doing is that, for every class that a teacher takes, we assign a student instructor. He is informed in advance that in the particular day, this lesson will be taught. He comes prepared. He delivers lectures on that topic for about 20-25 minutes. And then whatever teacher, the mentor supplements in another 15 minutes. And then it becomes a complete package on that topic. And then there's discussion on that. So this way only when we involve when we convert our classroom as an active classroom, which by and large remains passive, then only we can make our learners creative, and then we can only inspire them to become critical thinkers. Now, of course, this has been talked about. Teacher is appointed today. Tomorrow he is assigned a class. Tomorrow he is assigned a research scholar. So, there is no training for him. So, if this provision can be introduced, research and innovations, new departments are to be sanctioned to introduce new programs, particularly in the emerging areas. This has already been talked about, seed grant for new faculty. So, this should be inbuilt in the university allocation. Support for interdisciplinary innovation, startup ecosystem, Idea Lab. Many of the universities have Idea Lab, but we have to make it digital so that whenever any idea occurs to the learner, he can register that idea at any time of the day. So this provision, if we can create, then perhaps we can develop better innovation ecosystem in the central universities. Ethical compliance in publication, this is coming in big way. All of us, we know that the destruction of research article is becoming a huge problem in our country. Physical infrastructure, here, this point, especially the regional instrumentation hubs, this has already been spoken about, but I'd like to emphasize again, we have suggested that there should be 5, because, for, every researcher, active researcher, the biological, analytical, and also imaging research facilities have to be available, and high-end research cannot be done, problem-solving research cannot be done unless we have this. Revival of UGC schemes. There was many schemes run by UGC which really had built research infrastructure in the university system, but none of those perhaps are working now, so those can be done. Revival of LEAP. We are suggesting performance-based grant model and evidence-based decision-making. Talent attraction from abroad. What I would like to emphasize here is, especially to our Honorable Minister and our Additional Secretary Sahab, that once research is carried out, done, and if the research has potential to become translational, there's no scope for that research scholar to continue and complete his research findings. So, we realized this problem, so we introduced our own university postdoc fellowship. We cannot have huge numbers, so to begin with, we had 5. Out of 5, those who we hired, our own students, they have been hired, one has been hired by University of Cincinnati and one by University of Iowa, because, they are getting better grants. So, there is a quality researcher available, our own research scholars who can compete best with the best in the world. But, if we can recruit them, if we can retain them, of course, we talk about brain gain, brain circulation also, it has to be there. But by and large, if we can retain them, then that would be really helpful. These are some of the points. These have already been explained well in our outcome research paper. So I'll move to next one, because the convergence of coordination among NAC, NBA, and NIRF, currently these are working in silos. I don't think that they can tell us better whether there is any interaction between these 3 institutions. The visit of Nobel laureates has already been spoken about. Another problem, I'd like to draw attention of, UGC. UGC says that only assistant professor can be granted study leave. But some, like in our university, some professors, they have got foreign fellowship. They cannot be given, study leave. So if this can be looked into by UGC, the way forward, mapping academic programs with national priorities, which I said earlier, with SDGs, with outcomes, based on global standards and global benchmarks, this will help HEIs to improve. Faculty global mobility and re-entry program with structural deliverables. Interdisciplinary center of excellence to address regional and national challenges. Then quality assessment grid, integrating ranking, accreditation, and feedback. Performance-linked funding tied to measurable academic and research outcomes. Flexible governance model with accountability charter. One-time special grant from new and rural HEIs. Digital twin model of universities. Because we talk about twin degree program, dual degree programs. So, if all the universities are made, allowed to have this, then they can have better, coordination with foreign universities, and we can launch these dual degree programs. Academia, industry, academia, national and global alliance. Then Bharati Gyan Mandal, to capitalize on the Bharati knowledge system, this we need to have, and task force under MOU to mentor HEIs. I'm already running out of time, but in this, among the best practices, most of these are usual, but that we have many times we have problem with these students, especially psychological problems, because most of them, they come out for the first time from their hometown or home district. So apart from mentoring, academic system, we can have the regional system also. For example, we have students from 25, almost all the states, every state from northeast even. So, what we do is, and we have the teachers as well from those regions. So, from non-academic mentoring, we assign teacher, mentor from that state, and this way we have around 30 groups of teachers. Then, yes, sir. Then, rural immersion program, because, when we talk about innovation, our thought is confined to engineering and science only. There has to be social entrepreneurship as well, so there has to be effort on that. And, the distinct quality standards, research, academic, curricular, and administrative audits. In in these universities, this audit is a research audit of every teacher, annual research audit, whatever research is done, and what is the quality of research, what is the deliverables out of that research. All these things are done, audited annually. We also give research seed money. To science teachers, we give 3 lakhs. Social science humanities, we give 1.5 lakhs, and this is, of course, based on, we invite research people from them, that is scrutinized by experts, and then they are granted. Of course, these are very common travel grants for faculty and, students also that we are giving. I already spoke about university-sponsored PDF. And, what we also do, and maybe that can be done by other universities also, summer internship for students from other universities. Every year we have around 150 summer interns from other universities. They come to our lab, they do research for about 1.5 months, depending on the duration of the summer break. So this can be done. Consortia for academic collaboration, we have from 2 consortia, and several of these joint research projects are coming up. One of the important things that I would highlight is that we have made, we have around 200 art teachers. We have created 6 research groups. When I joined, there were many people working on cancer, different aspects of cancer, but they do not know each other, what is the outcome, how they are doing and all. So realizing this, we have formed 6 research groups in the university, and these center around the local and regional problems. Now they are coordinating with each other. They are publishing joint research and papers, and also they are fetching joint research grants, because this is the era of collaboration in research as well. So, these are some of the best practices that we would like to highlight. For internal generation, we have planted quinoa, which is tropical fruit of Malwa region of Punjab in 100 acres. And around 20 acres have already started giving fruits, and we are selling them. And we have also planted around 2 lakhs commercial tree, that is sesame, which is the state tree of this. So with this, I'd like to close here. All these things are well elaborated in our research outcome paper. I'd like to thank our Additional Secretary Barnwal for giving me this opportunity to share some of our thoughts, our joint thoughts on this very important topic that really concerns the quality of higher education of India, and that will help to empower the youth of the nation to help realize the national aspiration of developed India by 2047. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir, for very detailed presentation and synergy and ranking in framework and national and international level, trends of an IRF ranking, revival of a scheme and starting of some new schemes and a strategic plan. So thank you very much. Now I will request Professor Sespude sir to kindly come and share his presentation.
Hon'ble Minister of State, Shri Sukanta Majumdar ji, Shri Tiwari ji, who elaborately mentioned about what all 5 Central University Vice Chancellors as a group discussed about ranking accreditation system, the concerns that they have. I think some of them, I hope they are being addressed already, and some of them will be addressed in the future. But I'm giving a broad perspective, and after my presentation, Dr. Kannabiran is also there on the stage, who is the director of NAC. The present status of maturity-based graded levels also he will tell to all of you. Well, as far as the NAC and NBA history is concerned, both started in the same year, 1994. UGC started NAC, AICT started NBA. Both were in-house, and gradually NAC continues to be part of the UGC in some sense, but still a separate body which is established in Bangalore. As far as NBA is concerned, it got separated from AICT as an independent society in 2010, and then memorandum of association was changed in 2012 and finally became signatory of the Washington Accord in 2014. The second review took place in 2020. The third review is going to take place in 2026 by the Washington Accord signatory countries. As far as NAC is concerned, currently it gives 8 grades starting from C to A++, 70% based on data verification, quantitative metrics, and 30% on the peer team visit. And there have been a lot of concerns which a set of vice chancellors have observed and mentioned, and we will deal with them. In fact, this was observed quite some time ago, and that's why ministry had established Dr. Radhakrishnan committee for suggesting reforms in both accreditation, ranking, and approval system, that is a regulatory body function which exists in the country. So some of those things which are repeated here are, there is certainly lack of focus on quality in the education system. There is a fear of not getting good grade, need for better incentives, unhealthy competition amongst HEIs, unfair practices sometimes observed in the system, and only 40% universities and only 14% colleges are accredited. So this is a concern. Similarly, the number of metrics are too large, which moves away institutions from coming to accreditation. Data asked is of 5 years and long cycle time. Many times after submitting the what is called as SAR, self-assessment report, takes long time, 6 months, sometimes 1 year for finally concluding and getting the grade. Does not consider heterogeneity of the institutions, maturity of the institutions, and there are some challenges which are also qualitative measurement challenges. So based on that, recommendation was about progressive alignment with NEP, because NEP talks about quality as one of the most important pillars, so how all institutions can be onboarded. And for that, instead of this present grading system, how we can move on to, the report said binary, we are saying basic accreditation, where institution is either accredited or not accredited. And those who are not accredited, how we can do mentorship and bring them back to the accreditation. And we want 95% of our institutions to be accredited in the next 5 years. The next one is those who are well-performing institutions. Obviously, they have aspiration to showcase the best ones. And therefore, there is a maturity-based graded level on the lines of what is there in electronic industry, what CMM level 1 to 5, something similar is being worked out. Then as far as the data integrity is concerned, several agencies keep asking for data, different times of the year, and there is a variation, and there is either suspicion that the data given to different agencies is different, means some cheating is happening. On the other hand, sometimes it is the understanding or it is the time frame when it is asked because of the change in the data which has happened. Maybe a variety of reasons. So if we embark on a philosophy of one nation, one data, and submit the data to a single agency like All India Survey for Higher Education, which can then be validated by different agencies for whom this data is required. We can share that data through APIs, and our work in the institutions also will get reduced. You have to do it only once, very authentic data, what we say, collection and then submission. shift focus from, many of you were talking about, when the quality is being talked about, many things are only input-based. So from input-based, how we have to move on to process and outcomes and impact basis. And that is what 10 attributes of quality have been defined by the committee, and they have been taken seriously for our both basic accreditation as well as maturity-based accreditation. Consider variability which is existing in remote area. Many people in different groups were talking about remote area, rural area. They can't have those things which institutions in the metros or cities have. Government institutes have some problems. State government institutes have some problems. How we can accommodate all of them is one of those issues which has been also addressed in this. Most important part which the policy also talks about is also restated by Radhakrishnan Committee, that is trust the institutions. That means our regulations, our entire processes should be light but tight. In the sense, if someone is misusing the trust imposed on them, there must be heavy penalties, and that is the entire mechanism which we are working on. NBA has a different type of history. As I said, it's a program-based accreditation. Both engineering is the basis, of course, but it has been extended to pharmacy, architecture, hotel management, management programs, others as well. That is all program-based. In engineering, where we are a signatory of the Washington Accord, there are some instructions which are discussed and then implemented. When we got into this framework in 2014, there was some kind of a discussion which was happening probably in Washington Accord that should we include India or not. So we accepted that those autonomous institutions, means both universities of all varieties, state or public universities, central universities, IITs, all of them have full autonomy on their curriculum, examination, all of that. And similarly, UGC recognized autonomous colleges have, except award of degree, they also have every autonomy. So only they will be considered equivalent in the Washington Accord. And that's how the tier 2, which are the affiliated colleges, although we do accreditation, they are left out of this. So in the recent couple of meetings of the International Engineering Alliance, we have been pitching that they are also quality institutions, and at least those who come forward for getting accreditation are following the same practices as what tier 1 institutions are following, and please include them also. At least first time they have heard our plea, and they are going to send a committee to look at some of the tier 2 institutions, and possibly if that happens, tier 2 institutions will also get similar substantial equivalence of their degrees in all the countries which are signatories to the Washington Accord. The present system was GAPC 3. We were all the time talking about outcome-based education even for the NAC. There are, in fact, 12 graduate attributes defined by the Washington Accord signatory countries, starting from engineering knowledge to lifelong learning. I'm not going to read out all of them. But GAPC 3 is now changed to GAPC 4. And the changes that are going to happen I have highlighted in blue. Others remain the same. As far as the engineering tool usage is concerned, it is not just merely usage, but how we create new applications or appropriate techniques are used in order to create new apps based on whatever tools do already exist. As far as the engineer and the world is concerned, earlier it was called engineer and society. There is an emphasis on environment and sustainability. And that's why what we all keep discussing about SDG goals and sustainability is part of this particular parameter. As far as ethics is concerned, it's a very important principle which the world has accepted, that apply ethical principles and commit to professional ethics, human values, diversity and inclusion, adhere to national and international laws. This is a new paradigm shift which is happening as far as just ethics is concerned. And then there was always teamwork, but individual and collaborative teamwork has been given, again, emphasis, which is very important for industry. NAC, for preparation for the basic accreditation based on Dr. Radhakrishnan committee, we had several meetings, at least 9 discipline-wise committees, 1 overall committee, and 2 levels of consultations with 5,000 HEIs, more than 45 meetings of the apex and discipline committees. I think elaborate work was done by Dr. Kannabiran and his entire team at the NAC 5 regional workshops were also conducted, and we have come to a specific, what we call as metrics, which will be in the form of quality framework, which is quality attribute framework, both input, processes, outcomes and impact, and also for remote area institutions, extended attribute called as uniqueness and situatedness is also added, which will get some additional weightage. So standard things which we all look for are curriculum, faculty resources, infrastructure, financial resources and management, teaching learning, extended curricular engagements with society, other organizations, governance and administration, student outcomes, research and innovation outcomes, sustainability outcomes and green initiatives, and finally uniqueness. And this is how total 1,000 marks are distributed. There are 58 metrics for university, 50 for autonomous institutions, and for affiliated colleges, it is 40 institutions, 40. And then out of these 1,000 marks, we also have different benchmarks. Minimum marks of 50% for universities, 45% for autonomous, and 40% marks for affiliated colleges to get the status of accreditation. This is what we have already decided. And these are all details of the attribute framework and the actual metrics and the marks or weightage that is there for each one of those metrics. This is available as a PowerPoint presentation, so I'm not going into all of this. And as far as the system is concerned, it's similar to what existed. You apply for through the IRBA. If it is not approved, you have to do it again. If approved, then you have to submit institutional self-assessment report that is assessed. And then there are 2 ways of looking at it. One is quantitative and qualitative. Most of the quantitative will continue. Qualitative will also, to the extent possible, at the level of online inspection will take place if required. Otherwise, everything is data-based. Yeah. What is planned to be achieved through accreditation, as I said, in terms of our the new system, it is going to be launched very soon, which is very objective in nature. And we are going to have a maturity-based graded level, which Kannabiran will tell in about 4 slides. As far as ranking is concerned, there was a lot of concern raised. The type of ranking which we follow is different from what the world follows. Our diversity means we take care of socially deprived sections of the society. We have women to be taken into account, physically challenged, that means Divyangjan taken into account. And therefore, our system is more robust in terms of data of both teaching learning processes. It is also having research and professional practice, graduation outcomes, outreach, inclusivity and internationalization, and finally peer perception. Many institutions keep raising an alarm on the way the peer perception is carried out or how is it done. All institutions have been asked to give list of about 100 names. They may be from your industry associates, those who come for placement, or with whom you have got some MOUs, your alumni, and mails go to 10,000 various types of stakeholders. And whoever reflects and gives your name, naturally your rating will go on increasing. So you don't have to play with it, but nevertheless give those people's names who know about your institution, who will be able to respond to the query. If you do that, perception will automatically improve. India ranking 25 is almost ready. Very soon we will be announcing. And some part is given for sustainability in the current ranking, but a special category of sustainable ranking is going to come in this year. So this is a very important new initiative. And the second very important part which we are going to do this time is we will have negative marks for retraction of papers. There have been some of the universities whose large number of papers are getting retracted 1 year, 2 years down the line. So the credibility of such an institution is the issue. So unless we give negative marks, people will not correct themselves. So that is also being implemented. As far as the other 2 rankings, QS and world rankings of Times Higher Education, which were reflected, I'm just giving you this slide. Very important. In 2010-14, the number of institutions who appeared in the both QS and world rankings were hardly 8, 5 like this. Today, they are 10 in number in 1 to 100 to 500, and there are 10 in the 100 to 500 even in the Times Higher Education ranking. As far as beyond 500 is concerned, the number is also massively increasing year after year. So that means the effect of National Institution Ranking Framework, some of the philosophies here being applied there also, the numbers are continuously rising, and we have become a force to reckon with in the world rankings as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving the brief history of the NAC and NBA and insight about the ranking and accreditation. Now I will request Professor Ganesh Kannivaranji, Director NAC, to make his presentation.
Hon'ble Minister for State, respected Secretary Sir and other officials, Professor Jagdish Kumar, and all invited speakers, and the colleagues on the table, dais. I'll take about 5 minutes to explain to you the two aspects. One is the maturity-based graded levels, as well as the actions that we are taking up at NAC. So I just wanted to mention there are 54 central universities, 43 are accredited, and accredited with valid grades are only 35. The 43 minus 35, 8 central universities have not come for the next cycle of accreditation. And of course, when we launch the maturity-based graded levels, all the central universities which are accredited or not accredited will directly come to the maturity-based graded levels. So some of these chairman has already spoken, I'm just skipping. The only point that I wanted to emphasize is that the maturity-based graded levels obviously looks at the maturity of the institution, the heterogeneity in terms of teaching, research or teaching research focus, diversity in terms of rural versus urban, government versus private, and so on. So this chairman has already spoken. Now, the basic accreditation manual is fully ready, the portal is ready, and any time soon we will be launching this. So one of the important thing in this is, as chairman said, is largely quantitative assessment with a small portion of 10% for qualitative assessment. And all the central funded technical institutions and INIs are invited to be the peer data validation partners. We have got confirmation from 53 central institutions for data validation. Out of that, 19 are from central universities. We are very grateful that you have accepted to be partner in the data validation work. And the other one is very important, that we also have an online review of the data, particularly the situatedness and uniqueness. Here again, we are going to request you to provide, faculty members, professors, to be part of the team. So the maturity-based graded levels looks at 4 important aspects. One is definitely the maturity, the heterogeneity of the institution in terms of its focus, diversity of the institution, and how we continuously track the performance of the institution based on the annual data that is submitted by them. And we are also going to look at request UGC other agencies to provide graded incentives. Without graded incentives, there is no big motivation for the institutions to move up in the maturity levels. So these are very important points about the MPGL. The measurement shall focus on outcome. Currently, 43% of the metrics are in input, remaining are on process and outcome. This is going to be completely driven by outcome, And as the institutions moves in the maturity levels, it will focus from outcome to impact. The breadth and depth of measurements are likely to vary according to the levels of maturity. The number of metrics, the sub-metrics or measurement items will vary as per the levels, and more granular analysis will be carried out at the higher levels. While the qualitative measurement increases as the institution moves to level 1 to level 5, the quantitative measure will reduce. The peer team visits are likely to happen through online for level 1, hybrid for level 2, physical modes for level 3 to 5. There is a scope that the government may suggest a decision on this, we may revise this. There is generally felt that the peer team visit should be reduced. A policy decision may be made a little later. All the institutions, particularly the central universities which are accredited or not accredited, when they want to move to the maturity-based graded levels, there will be a pre-qualification stage in which we will capture essential data for different levels, and accordingly we will pre-qualify the institutions for the application. So this is the approach we have taken now. We are now working on the final draft. We are looking at General University Manual, General Autonomous College Manual, and General Affiliated College Manual. We have created attribute working groups. Close to 60 people are working in this. I'm very happy to say that couple of Central University VCs, Professor P.J. Rao, Professor Mazhar Asif are also there in this committee. And we have created special interest group, one for industry and startup, the other one is for social integration including Bharati Bhasha, IKS, and third one is sustainability. Then we are looking at aligning with the CMM practices, and finally we are going to check with the international experts. So I think I'll stop here. I'll probably answer questions if there are any. So the only thing that currently we are focusing on, having completed 30 years, we are looking at the 3 major items: the launch of basic accreditation, launch of maturity-based graded levels, and we have committed to the government that we will do 90% coverage in the next 5 years. As you all know, there are 45,000 colleges and close to 1,200 universities. The percentage is relatively low, so we have committed 90% coverage. We are setting up a center for research in quality of higher education. We are looking at social responsibility and also to internationalize NAC. With a continuous discussion with the government, UGC, and also from the inputs from Hon'ble Minister Dharmendra Pradhan ji, NAC is looking at a new avatar. What are the features of the new avatar? We are starting with a logo. There is a new logo which symbolizes transparency, credibility, and trust. There will be a new website. There are new accreditation frameworks, both the basic as well as maturity-based graded levels. There are new DVP partners. There are no private DVP partners anymore. Only institutions will validate data. And we are looking at completely removing the existing database of assessors. We are building a new database. And we will be soon writing to you to recommend faculty with high level of integrity and honesty to be the peer team members. The Vice Chancellors have the opportunity to recommend such people. We are also looking at the way in which the NAC internal human resources works. We are going for more and more deputation people to work on these new areas. Use of technologies. We are using blockchain technology to secure data. We are going to use AI and related technologies for data validation, what is called crowdsourced data validation. And we want to change the communication with stakeholders. And we want to be an organization willing to help, support the institutions to come for accreditation. We are also looking at internationalization, as told. We just want to move to capacity building rather than controlling at the end. On top of it, we want to become a faceless organization. We believe like an organization like income tax or something like that, nobody will know who's doing what. We want to completely faceless so that the scope for any malpractices, corruption is completely avoided. With this, I thank you for the opportunity. If there are any questions, I'll answer later.
Thank you very much, sir, for informing about basic and multi-graded level accreditation and also about the new avatar of NAC. Thank you very much, sir. Now we can go for a question. Only 3 questions, please. So now We can
Namaskar.
ask Professor
Namaskar.
from Haryana University, Professor Tankeshwar Singh ji. And thereafter Professor Bhale Rao sir.
अरे मैं भी खड़ा हूँ इधर सर.
Yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, please sir.
हाँ. This is Professor Sanjay Srivastav from Mahatma Gandhi Central University. My humble request to Kanibaran Sahib is that you please come out as quickly as possible because my university is waiting for the new window to open to apply, one thing. And the second thing is the consideration of the age of the institution. Because institutions like Mahatma Gandhi Central University are only 9 years old. You cannot, for example, the Sindhu University or the Samakka Sarakka, they are very new universities. We cannot compare them with the BHU or JNU. So there should be, some, because the mindset is very important here. Because the same evaluators going, assessors going to JNU and BHU and coming to Mahatma Gandhi Central University, I think that the result would be inappropriate. Thank you.
Srinivas Varkhedi from Central Sanskrit University.
Yes,
sir, I have some concerns about NIRF. I have raised this with the Education Secretary also several times. The issue is that I have studied around institution in humanities for 60 institutions. They are doing well, but they are not coming under any category of an NRF ranking. Why? We have studied because the NRF structure is not suitable to humanities. Kindly look into this matter and then create, because we have already created law, legals and pharmaceutical, engineering. Why not humanities, including languages, humanities, social sciences? These are the institutions which nurture the societal thinking.
Gradually from 4 to 17 categories we have gone ahead. So there are several requests for different categories, and all humanities and social sciences are part of the general universities in any case. So they are rated separately anyway. General universities, also state public universities are ranked separately. There were concerns about state public universities and the central universities. The graph which he showed, the state public universities are dropping in numbers. So we have created a separate category to compete amongst themselves. So I think we have been doing reforms as much as possible year after year, and maybe different language universities or different what we call pure humanities and social sciences where there is no physics, chemistry, math, maybe we can create a category of that type subsequently. But most general universities have all these domains: commerce, science and humanities and social sciences.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Now, Professor Tankeshwar Kumar ji.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for providing me the opportunity. Yeah, I am concerned with the NRF and as well as NEC. In NRF, we started 8 years back. Still we are counting with the 100 universities, and up to 200 we give some brackets. Why can't we go beyond that? We should. I am at 800 rank, I am at 700, I am not knowing about it. So we should know that, where we are actually ranking. And, at least we can go up to 200 universities, and maybe we can grant up to the 500 universities some brackets. And our sir was saying that we can also have separate categories for public universities and the private universities. And the second concern about NAC and NIRF is that when we give the grades, and then finally what it happens is that we start giving the I will say financial benefit based on the ranking and their gradation. So that is it's a really worrisome me, because I see that there is a lot of things which is happening because of giving the financial benefits based on their ranks and ranking. Thank you very much.
As far as ranking is concerned, the number of institutions for whom formal number rank is given is limited to maybe 100, some places 200. And then there is a bracketed one range-wise in to some other extent, but not beyond for all of them because of the problem of data integrity. We are not certain about the quality of data that is received, and this one data, national data which we talked about, once it comes and validation processes are in place, probably all institutions can be given, may not be individual rank, but at least the banded rank.
Thank you, sir. Professor Bhalerao, sir, CU Rajasthan.
Yeah. My question is not there, but Professor Hon'ble Rao from Central University of Rajasthan. My question is related with the NIRF process, and it is concerned, not the question actually. There are 5 parameters for the NIRF, and in that one, the one parameter which is graduation outcome. This has related with the number of admissions. I tried for my university very hard continuously for last 3 years with all efforts, but we could not get a ranking. Of course, our brand was changing every year, but we did not get the ranking in that one. Then I studied all the data and results of 300 universities, which are among top 100 for the last 3 years. And I did lot of statistical analysis also. And some of the functions also, how it comes, that also I have identified it that. So I came to the basic concern about this one is the admissions. And this is, I am especially talking with the central universities, and I will be other vice chancellors will be also agree with me. Sir, number of admissions is the great concern from all the central universities. Especially the admissions for SC/ST are not being filled, and all calculations are taking place upon the basis of the intake sanctioned. If we have 30 intake, admissions are taking 10 or 15, but the calculations are done on the intake. That is the concern for us. And then the number of students graduated in stipulated period, then grants, everything is related to that one. And everywhere the marks are being curtailed for that one. And that is the main reason that many of the central universities are not getting the rank again among the top 100. So, but whereas other private universities, there is no risk one.
I
have
think
three points.
Once again, I have understood the problem. See, they also get affected on some other parameter. In the diversity matrix, because they have no data of SC/ST, they lose all the marks there. All the students are of general category. Whereas there, all public universities, whether state or central, or even IITs, NITs, they get the good marks. So there is somewhere you lose, somewhere you gain.
No, let me see. Let me complete my point. There are, sir, I can say that I have assessed the 300 universities, top 100 universities for last 3 years. So that data assessment is very much with me. Second thing about if you go for the number 1 university, IIT Madras, number of PhDs graduated, very large number of PhDs are graduated there. Whereas the central universities which are especially established in 2009, number of faculty sanctioned posts itself are 200, 250. And then number of guides, then number of research scholars for them and graduation. This number comes hardly 45 to 50 PhD per year.
Bhalerao ji, we invite every year after the ranking is announced for a public meeting, so that all the concerns are raised and whatever is possible to be corrected, there is a course correction happening annually. Not in the 8-9 years, every year some change is happening.
Sir,
so you are most welcome to come.
My concern is there, I'm not question. Last thing only.
We understood the concern. See, I think let others also speak.
Last only, sir, last only. It is observed that few of the universities are getting the grants, total grant, very high number, still they are not in the ranking. Reason is, the marks are calculated amount per project, because I may get 10 crores, but my projects are 100. Another university may get 75 crores, but the number of, 100 crores, but project may be 75. That's the reason many universities are getting the research marks for the research grant. This is my concern. If anything can be addressed, it is welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Due to time constraints, sir, kindly forgive us. So experts are here. You can discuss during this time also. They will be here only. So with this, I would like to close this session with the permission of the Honorable State Minister and Honorable Chairman UGC and Secretary Department of Higher Education. Thank you very much to all of you for this thing. I will like to extend my heartful thanks to Professor S. Budde sir, Professor R. P. Tiwari, Professor Kannivaran sir, and also 4 participating universities, Professor S. P. Shukla, Professor Pancharaman, Professor Majar Asif sir, Professor Krishnan sir. Thank you very much for with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Kumar Tripathi, for steering the session of the 8th thematic session of this Vice Chancellor Conference. And now we have with us Professor Chaitanya Prasad from Ministry of Education, and he will orient us about the outreach and communication related issues. Professor Chaitanya Prasad.
Good afternoon, Namaskar, Honorable MOS Sir, Secretary Sir, Additional Secretary. It's an honor and privilege to be here to talk about outreach and communication, the importance of it as far as this VC's conference is concerned. Since yesterday, we have talked about a number of issues on a number of subjects and themes. What is important, ladies and gentlemen, is how do we take it to the last mile? I think that is where a huge gap exists. We have esteemed Vice Chancellors from Central Universities sitting over here. It is my humble request to all of you to take forward the outreach mechanism, the strategies, if you want to take forward the NEP to the next level. Now, what do we have to do in this case? Yesterday, Minister gave us certain outlines, certain guidelines. He talked about Panch Sankalpa. He talked about student-first approach. He talked about a strategy paper for each university. The important thing is, how do we strategize this as an outreach mechanism for each and every institution? As far as the ministry is concerned, the ministry has been taking very proactive steps. The first step is we have a social media group where all the higher education institutions are there. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have to push and prod each and every institution, because the posts that come in from the higher education group is done by us. We have to force, mark my words, we have to force respective institutions to take that process forward. I would like to just inform you that we did 2 campaigns at the behest of Secretary and Minister, sir, on the achievements of higher education institutions and the accomplishments and the profile. For each of the campaigns, we had roughly 70 lakh impressions for the first, and for the second, we had 60 lakh impressions. And this was all organically done. Now, what do you have to do is to ensure that there are special units within each university. It is not just a PRO. Please, we have come of age. PRO is an old term. It's more of strategic communication that you have to indulge in. That's the first thing that you have to do. You have to build, apart from your active social media presence, you have to build a content calendar. That's very, very critical. It cannot be a usual process mechanism. So a content calendar, number one. You have to showcase your success stories. Each and every institution, each and every academician who spoke since yesterday had certain things to tell the audience. That needs to be showcased. Now, whether you do it through the traditional media means, whether you do it through the social media means, whether you do it through what is now very popular is Instagram and showreels, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, please take this process forward. The visibility, the transparency, the institutional presence of each one of you is very critical. We have to grow out of the age of press releases. A press conference and a press release is not the order of the day. You are going to be the pallbearers to take the Viksit Bharat agenda forward. Honorable Minister yesterday talked about a strategy paper for each and every university. That strategy paper in your respective geographical regions has to be talked about. The points of view, the subjects, the themes all have to be put together as a paper. An institutionalized process has to be put in place. You need to publicize. I was listening to some of the professors yesterday, sirs who were there, foreign students coming in a big way. So study in India is a very, very important initiative. How do you showcase the power of India being an education hub? That's something that you may like to do. So you have your platforms, that is YouTube, you have your events to stream, you have your promotion strategies, you also have to do post-event packaging. That's very, very critical. Due to paucity of time, I can't go into details, but the thumb rule is, please make yourself visibly present adequately. That's very important. The Ministry of Education cannot and will not be able to succeed as far as Viksit Bharat or the whole idea of NEP to the next stage is concerned until and unless we have the partnership of our institutions, and this is very critical. One last point, we always believe in an inclusive stakeholder engagement. That's very, very critical, and you are the stakeholders, the multi-stakeholder partnership. We need to empower ourselves as educators being agents of change. How do you position this in the communication matrix? You should have ownership of what you do, your initiatives, your policies, etc., and that should be showcased. Finally, what you need to do is to leverage media very well. Break the shackles of the old traditional system, come out with a template, come out with a strategy, come out with a formulation. And why we chose to speak to you is we find it's very scattered. It's extremely scattered because we still, and one last point, we still feel that you all, including us at times, live in an age of press releases and a random press conference. That is not what has to be done. The final take, ladies and gentlemen, is please, for heaven's sake, establish an institutionalized process within your respective institutions and give power and credence to the persons and people who handle your communication strategy. I hope we see better partnership and better collaboration from all of you over here. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chaitanya Pradhan ji, for underlining the importance of outreach and communication. So, friends, we are heading for the 9th thematic session, and the theme for this session is internalization, including study in India. And I would like to invite Dr. Archana Thakur, Joint Secretary, University Grant Commission, for steering the session. Dr. Archana Thakur.
सुप्रभात और नमस्कार, प्रणाम सभी उपस्थित सदस्य को यहाँ पर. I really have gratitude that our Honorable Union Minister of State for Education is here. Honorable dignitaries and Honorable Vice Chancellor who are present in this Sabhagar, all are my heartfelt gratitude to them for being in this session. Now coming to the penultimate session, which is the 9th thematic session on internationalization and study in India, I would like to have Professor MJK Jagdish Kumar sir, who is the guest speaker, along with the Vice Chancellor of Central University of Himachal Pradesh, English and Foreign Languages Universities, and University of Allahabad to adorn the stage, and the session will go on in a different way. So wait for that.
Please call the other participants if there is. IFLU, yeah. IFLU VC also may please come. Dr. Sukanta Majumdar and the heads of the educational institutions, my dear colleagues, we have 40 minutes. The organizers have given us 40 minutes. I will speak for a few minutes to set the ball rolling, and then Professor Bansal will make a short presentation after me. So typically in every thematic session, it was the audience who were asking the questions to the panel members here, but we would like to flip that in this session. So we will ask randomly, we will pick up any one of you, and we will ask a question, and we would like to hear from you. You know that India's cultural heritage and its strong democratic roots, and also the fact that the higher education ecosystem is expanding rapidly India has the immense potential to become global destination for international students. Currently, we have about 4.5 crore students in the higher education, Indian students, about 50,000 students from the international community. That's about 0.1% of our total Indian student population in higher education. Can we raise this by a factor of 10? Can we raise it from 50,000, which is the current value, to about 5 lakhs? Of course, it cannot be done overnight. It requires teamwork by all the universities for few years to realize this goal. And in order to achieve this goal, we must focus both on systemic as well as the strategic approaches. India undeniably has several advantages to become a global destination for international students. Number one, affordability. Whether it is tuition fees or the living expenses, they are the lowest compared to any other Western counterparts. And this makes a very interesting proposition for students coming from the G20, Central Asia, South Asia, and the entire African continent. And the other biggest advantage India has is the academic reputation of our institutions. There is no denying the fact that several of our educational institutions are globally reputed. Look at the alumni coming out of these institutions. They are making outstanding contributions both nationally and also globally. And the third most important advantage that our country has is the cultural richness. Our country is diverse, it is multilinguistic, it can provide a very vibrant learning environment to the international students. Now, we have to focus on several things, but I will identify only 3, and my friend Professor Bansal will expand further through his presentation. If we had to focus on systemic and strategic approaches, the number one approach that comes to my mind is global branding and outreach. You have seen the best universities from US, from Australia, from UK, they come to India and then they conduct roadshows. They reach out directly to the parents and the students. They don't think that we are the best, we are the top 100, therefore students will come on their own. They do these outreach programs. Why not our own central universities do a similar thing? Can we form groups of central universities who will actually visit many of these countries? And UGC will be very happy to handhold, to talk to the Indian missions there and facilitate your visits to those countries so that you can showcase the Indian educational institutions. We have the Study India portal. Similar to that, can we have a single portal for all the central universities so that students can directly apply through this portal and join in the respective programs of the central universities? You may say Study India portal is already there, but Study India portal doesn't have all the central universities. Today, if you go to Study India portal, you will see less than half a dozen central university names there. But we have nearly 45 central universities in Ministry of Education. So can we have just like CU Chain portal, which is a centralized portal for the recruitment in all central universities, can we have for direct application to the central universities a single portal? UGC will be very happy if you come and discuss with us to create such a portal so that direct admissions can be facilitated into all central universities. Let us also look at the flexibility and the innovation that we need to do in our educational system. When international students come here, they are used to credits, they are used to gradings, They are used to modular programs. But many of our universities, some of our universities, they stick to these year-long programs, and then they conduct an end of the year examination. International students will not be able to understand that. That's the reason why you should ensure that you creditize all your courses. You introduce innovative assessment methods. End of the semester exam will be a completely new thing for an international student, because in international universities, they assess using various methods. Can we adopt some of those things? And the student experience. What can you do within your universities to enhance the student experience? Do you have an international collaboration office? You have an officer who can help these students in getting the visa renewals easily? Do you have programs where the students can experience the culture of that region where the university is located? Many international universities, especially where English is not the native language, they also teach the local language to the international students. If a student is joining in Central University of Tamil Nadu, can we have a simple course to teach Tamil to our international students? So you also need to enhance the cultural experience of the students. So global branding outreach, being more flexible and innovative in our academic programs, and enhancing the experience of the students on the campus. There are many other things that we can think of. I will stop here, and then I will request Professor Bansal to make a brief presentation.
Thank you, Professor Jagdish ji, for wonderful. Rather, you have made my task easier. Honorable Minister of State, Minister of Education, Shri Sukanta Majumdar ji. And in fact, I would like to thank our Honorable Minister Dharmendra Pradhan ji giving us an opportunity to such a wonderful meeting, 2 days meeting, and altogether he is with us for 2 days. Secretary Higher Education and Additional Secretary Higher Education, all learned Vice Chancellors. This is the relevant theme is the internationalization of Indian higher education, including study in India. And my team partners, with the help of those, we have made it. The JNU Professor Santi Shri Pandit Madam, she is not here due to her pre-engagement. And University of Allahabad, Madam Professor Sangeeta Shrivastava ji, who is here. And South Asian University, Delhi, Professor K.K. Agarwal, who is not here due to his pre-engagement. And IFLU, English and Foreign Language University, Professor N. Nagaraju ji is with us. And this is that according to Swami Vivekananda ji, that भारतीय तात्विक ज्ञान को पश्चिम जगत में योग व वेदांत के माध्यम से प्रस्तुत किया जाए, तो we can change a lot of things, because the whole world is looking towards Bharat. And as per NEP 2020 vision for internationalization, and the vision is that make Bharat Atmanirbhar Bharat, and further we have to work together for Viksit Bharat 2047 and allot top 100 global higher educational institutions to operate in India and enable premier Indian higher educational institutions to open offshore campuses, which is very important, and as well as establish offices of international affairs across 700 higher educational institutions and increasing foreign students enrollment. That is as per NEP that we have to increase 5 lakh up to 2047. But whatever the strategies I have talked here is that we can achieve this number of 5 lakh by 2035. That is very important. But at the same time, it is also true that national education policy sets the direction. But without funding, without autonomy and real implementation, it will remain a vision without velocity. This is also the fact. And educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. This is Bharat. And India's initiative are that UGC regulations for twin joint and dual degree program, and of course we have scheme for promotion of academic and research collaboration and study in India program that is very relevant, and 25% supernumerary seats are also as per University Grants Commission for foreign students in UG and PG program. But at the same time, it is also true that students need to become a partner of knowledge society of Viksit Bharat 2047. This is the current status of internationalization of higher education in India. The first very important parameter is the adoptive policy framework, but the real situation is that less than 5% of Indian higher educational institutions who have really adopted and launched national education policy with regard to internationalization, only in tier 1 cities. And second is attracting international students, but it is again a very pity state that we host only 49,000 foreign students in 2003 to 2324. And third is foreign universities in India. Yes, we need to launch initiatives to allow foreign higher educational institutions in India, and over 800 higher educational institutions signed MOUs, but functional, as per the survey, functional MOUs are very less. Even 5 to 10% are functional MOU with regard to the internationalization, and very limited students and faculty mobility exchange programs. And again, it is very important because we have already adopted NAD and ABC, but it is important to expand this NAD and ABC and to align it with the global standard. This is again very important. And another one, this is the status and expansion of Study in India program. One is a scale and reach over 600 plus higher educational institutions across 8,000 plus programs in about 195 countries. And this is budget and infrastructure which is given, application growth this is given, and students and uptake this is given, and inbound and outbound students. Yeah, this is the situation that in 2023, 1.32 million students studying abroad, and only 49,000 foreign students came to India. There is a big gap in between the inbound and outbound students. And this is just 0.13% of total enrollment in higher education. Otherwise, if we take into consideration the goal of SII, increasing international students enrollment and to make India a preferred destination for higher education, increasing the flow of international students. That is the basic goal of SII, and promoting Bharatiya education by showcasing India's rich educational heritage and modern infrastructure at the same time. Again, these are the few Indian cases I have given of my partner institutions, and other my partner institutions are here. They will explain themselves about their best practices. Otherwise, in Central University of Himachal Pradesh, we have recently signed an MOU with the Indiana University of Pennsylvania, and we are going to start the joint degree program with that university. And these are the few global best practices which I have given. These are the few practices, but at the same time, this is also very true that across the global, higher education is no longer just about knowledge. It's about product, brand, and market, because higher education is being commodified. Universities are now global enterprises selling prestige, not just pedagogy. This is also true. And this is also true that in UK and Australia, entire university budget based on international enrollments. In UK, about £28.8 billion international students' contribution to British economy. This is also true. And in Australia, international students contribute 25 to 50% of total university revenue. This we can also here in India. We have a lot of opportunities, but we have to grab those opportunities. Here I have given Europe, this model I have given for students' mobility and curriculum harmonization, and these models self-explanatory, all is knowing. I'm skipping these models, and major features of insight from global best practices. The triple helix model, which we can adopt here, and if we adopt here, is a framework that provides collaboration, promotes collaboration between three important stakeholders, that is the university, the industry, and the government, which is also required here to adopt such kind of models. Another model which I would like to talk about the neighbor first policy and transnational campuses, because this is based on the India's neighborhood first policy prioritized with strengthened ties with immediate neighbors of foster regime stability, which is guided by 5S, that is also talked many times of our Honorable Minister, that is the Samman, the Samvad, Shanti, Samriddhi, and Sanskriti. How we can go for navigating through the current scenario? This is the gap analysis which I have given. This is the gap analysis because I have already told you that there is a lot of gap in between the inbound and outbound. Outbound is about 1.32 million, and inbound is just 49,000. And how to reduce this gap? This is the major challenge. Major challenge is the significant imbalance between outbound surge versus inbound shortage, indicating untapped potential of Indian higher educational institutions, and low R&D investment. Just it is about 0.7% of GDP versus global average of 1.8%, which need to be increased, because otherwise, as per the NEP, now we are going to make our university as a central universities. But if we are talking about the outbound, out of 1.32 million, in Canada only 4,27,000, USA 3,37,000, UK 1,85,000, Australia 1,22,000, Germany 42,000. अगर इससे रिवर्स होना हो, लेकिन हमारे पास जो कंट्रीज हैं जिसमें हम जा रहे हैं वो प्राइमरली फ्रॉम साउथ एशियन, अफ्रीकन एंड मिडिल ईस्ट कंट्रीज, लेकिन अगर उल्टा हो जाए, जहां हमारा आउटबाउंड स्टूडेंट्स जा रहा है उनके साथ कोलैबोरेशन में अगर हम उनके कंट्री से हम स्टूडेंट्स को लाएं, तो मुझे लगता है कि सिचुएशन काफ़ी उल्ट होगी. These are the key issues and concerns of internationalization of higher education in India that need to be addressed. These are the important issues which I have given. 12 issues here I have given. But at the same time, this is also very true that the list of countries with larger Indian diaspora, अगर मैं USA की बात करूँ तो USA में लगभग 4.5 मिलियन, यूएई में लगभग 3.6 मिलियन, और मलेशिया में 2.9 मिलियन, कनाडा में 2.8 मिलियन. यानी कि अगर मैं टोटल इंडियन डायस्पोरा की बात करूं तो वो 34, ये जो 340 लाख, 34.5. अगर हम 1.5% को भी, दो तरह के हैं ना, एक एनआरआई है जो 15.9 मिलियन है, एक हमारे पास पीआई जो है जो 19.5 मिलियन है. अगर इनमें से 1.5% भी हम टैप करते हैं तो एक 5 लाख फिगर जो मैं 2035 तक बोल रहा हूं, दैट वी कैन, क्योंकि ये बहुत जरूरी है कि हमें इनबाउंड को प्रमोट करना है, हमारा आउटबाउंड को रिवर्स करते हुए इनबाउंड में इसको कन्वर्ट करना है. लेकिन ये भी इंपॉर्टेंट है और ये सच्चाई है कि एट द ग्लोबल लेवल एजुकेशन बिकम्स ट्रांजैक्शनल, because students is a consumer for them and degree is a commodity. Classrooms become showroom and admission becomes brochure जो है वो becomes luxury catalogs, or promising not transformation but traction of the elite network. लेकिन अगर मैं इंडिया की बात करूं, इंडिया में एकदम उल्ट है, क्योंकि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा की जब हम बात करते हैं तो फोकस ऑन होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट, वैल्यू बेस्ड एजुकेशन, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, और इन्हीं कारण से, मैं इसमें बहुत डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा, लेकिन इसी कारण से आज जो है हम बार बार बोलते हैं कि पूरा विश्व जो है, अभी हमारा एक ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी जाना हुआ, हमने वहाँ पर हमने एमओयू भी साइन किया, ऑक्सफोर्ड और कैम्ब्रिज जाना हुआ, वहाँ पर हमने हिंदू स्टडीज़ का डिपार्टमेंट ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में वहाँ पर जा करके देखा. ये दीज आर फ्यू सजेस्टिव स्ट्रेटेजीज फॉर इंटरनेशनलाइजेशन, जो कि ग्लोबल इनिशिएटिव फॉर एकेडमिक नेटवर्क ज्ञान है या स्कीम फॉर प्रमोशन फॉर एकेडमिक एंड रिसर्च कोलैबोरेशन है. ये इनको अगर हम प्रमोट करते हैं सही मायने में तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि हम कुछ सिचुएशन को इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं. These are the future roadmap for international research collaboration which I have given in India. This is also true that in India, research is based on India's traditional knowledge, and knowledge should be shared freely for public goods, not for private gain in India. क्योंकि हम इस चीज़ पे, इस थ्योरी पे विश्वास करते हैं. And future roadmap for establishing campuses here, जो हम बात करते हैं, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द रेगुलेटरी अलाइनमेंट. रेगुलेटरी अलाइनमेंट की जब हम बात करते हैं तो वो हम इंक्लूड फेमा एंड FCRA की बात करते हैं, उसको स्ट्रेंथन फ्लेक्सिबल किया जाए उनके साथ, और कोलैबोरेटिव विद इंडियन हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के साथ हम जब कोलैबोरेट कर रहे हैं तो कस्टमाइज्ड करिकुलम की बात करते हैं। अभी जो हमने एक प्रॉब्लम फेस की, जब हम अभी हमने साइन किया सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का और इंडियाना यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पेंसिल्वेनिया का, वहाँ पर हमने देखा कि उनके क्रेडिट्स, अगर हमारे यहाँ पर 30 क्रेडिट हैं तो उनके जो 14 क्रेडिट है, तो 2.1 क्रेडिट इज इक्वल टू 2.75 क्रेडिट। वो मैपिंग में हमारे को कम से कम 2 महीने लगे उनकी मैपिंग करते हुए, उनका करिकुलम को लेते हुए। तो इस तरह का मुझे लगता है कि कुछ फ्लेक्सिबल एंड रोबस्ट गवर्नेंस एंड क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस मैकेनिज्म अगर हम अपनाएं तो ये आई एम वेरी मच होपफुल दैट यस and I'm going to end with this slide only. That here I have proposed the phase-wise actionable points, what we can do in phase 1, year 1, what we can do phase 2, year 2, 3, what we can do in phase 3, year 4, 5. In 5 years, extensively we have to work on internationalization with the help of Ministry of Education, and I am very much hopeful that internationalization is no longer an option, but it is essential for India's ambition to become Vishwa Guru, the global knowledge leader. Let us not sell our souls for a global ranking. मैं ऐसा विश्वास करता हूँ, and let us build an education system that the world wants to learn from, not just apply to. And India has been a cradle of knowledge that we know for centuries, with ancient texts, traditions and practices that offers a treasure trove of wisdom for the whole world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Professor Bansal, can you go back to that previous slide?
Yes.
Yeah, just go back. One more. You showed some challenges. Go forward. No, you have gone too much backward. There was one forward. There was one challenges slide is there.
Yes.
Yeah, just go. Yeah, just keep it here. Yeah. Right. Yes, thank you, Professor Bansal. Ma'am, can you also come here? Right. The last one, I would like to just discuss along with my colleagues, language, culture, and social. This is where I think we need to provide immersion to our international students instead of thinking them as barriers. And also, funding constraints. Currently, we need to think about, within the available infrastructure that we have, within the funding that is available, how do we maximize the inflow of the international students? Let us first focus on that. Parallelly, of course, we need to also focus on improving our infrastructure. And then we have policy provisions and regulatory challenges. For example, UGC has written to all the universities that you can actually create 25% supernumerary seats in every program. I don't know how many of the central universities have actually taken it to the academic council. 1 hand, 2 hands only have risen, 3, 4 hands, 5 hands, but we have 45 central universities. You should take it to the academic council and adopt this and popularize this. And then there is one issue here, curriculum related concerns. Now, that's the reason why we are emphasizing again and again, and that's the reason why we are meeting for the last 2 days, is to rapidly adopt the reforms brought out by implementing NEP 2020. As I said, flexibility, innovation, introducing multiple ways of assessment. These are all things not just only our international students, even our Indian students require. So we need to introspect why we are lagging behind, why we are so slow in adopting many of the reforms that UGC is bringing in. Unless you introduce those reforms, we will not be able to attract the international students. I think let's not make a big issue of security and safety issues of foreign students. India is a very secure country. It's a non-violent country. It's a diverse country. I think we should project our country as a place where one can safely travel around, one can come here, study here. Safety and security should not be overplayed. And then we also have some of the regulatory challenges, such as FRCA, the foreign FCRA. These are all at the Government of India level. I think as academicians, let us look at our own UGC regulations or AICTE regulations. Let us look at our own internal capabilities and then try to bring in more international students. So in this panel, we decided that instead of you asking us questions, we will ask you questions and we want to see what are your responses. And you don't know whom we are going to ask you questions. Right, we'll come to that. So we will pick up one Vice Chancellor randomly. Professor Bijay Rao, are you here? Sir, could you please tell us, if you have international students in your university, how are you able to attract these international students? And what efforts did you make to overcome the challenges? And what are your future plans to scale up the number of international students in your university?
Yeah.
Sir, take 3 minutes and explain.
Yeah. So in the University of Hyderabad, typically we get foreign students in 2 streams. One is ICCR stream, which is government-sponsored fellowship given stream. The other one, which is more attractive, is the Study in India program stream. So in ICCR, Government of India offers some fellowships to certain students from certain countries, and they come and join us in specific programs. That's a number fixed by more or less by the ICCR. We are working with them to increase. Okay. That's one thing. And in this pool, generally countries surrounding India minus Pakistan and some African countries contribute to the student pool, about 100 to 150.
Okay.
But the focus point for most of us is the Study in India program, which is a sponsored stream from where we get students from most of the Western countries and America. Okay. These are generally students from NRI parents. And they pay well, and they come for sponsored programs in the university. That number has to go up.
Are you making any plans for direct admission to your university?
Yes. All the students directly come to our programs.
Okay.
Right, Study India program students. Now, for them, we need to increase our infrastructure, hostel space. We are limited. Right now, we are working at a baseline. We have done no soliciting yet, but we are about 100 to 200, sometimes 300.
Okay.
Pre-COVID, it was lot higher, but post-COVID, it has come down, it's picking up.
So what is your target in next 2-3 years?
My target in the next 2-3 years will be at least to get to 500.
Very good. Let's hope.
This is doable.
Yeah.
This is doable. We are doing it in a different style. The style is we look at granularity of our programs, identify some programs which are much more attractive. Why do the students come here if the programs are very attractive?
Excellent. Sir, you have made a public commitment that in next 2-3 years, the number will increase to 500. Right. We will wait and see you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You don't have much time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you please make your comment in 2 minutes?
Thank you, sir. English and Foreign Languages University, as the name suggests, it focuses on foreign languages. We have 2 deans, one dean for Asian languages, another dean for European languages, and a 3rd dean who looks after the logistics of the international students. Then we have students from more than 100 countries. In the last 3 years, we have done more than 700 students. One of our students come from arts, literature, and aesthetics, and we teach them India-centric courses. The second point is we have a flagship program, international training program under International Training and Economic Cooperation. Educators from Latin America, Africa, and Central Asia come to our university. Annually, we do more than 300 educators. They prefer FLU and India over US and UK because of 3 things. The first, the university has developed pedagogy, language teaching, in the last 30 years to a point of perfection. And that's very internationally very popular. The second point is we do a wonderfully good cultural immersion program. The third one, as Professor Jagdish Kumar told, this is a very, very affordable, they come to India and stay on an affordable budget. These are the 3 points that we do. And the last one, sir, the last one is the university has developed an ecosystem where Indian cultural ethos, multilingual ethos are shown to the students as India's soft power. Thank you.
Excellent. Ma'am, I will come to you. Let me see. Professor Khatun from AMU, VC AMU. Please, ma'am, answer the same question. How are you able to attract international students, and how are you overcoming the challenges, and what is your future roadmap?
So presently we have foreign students from 31 countries, and more than 250 students are presently enrolled in the university. And there are many challenges, as the previous Vice Chancellor has just mentioned, that we have certain students who are from the Indian Council of Cultural Relations, sponsored candidates on cultural exchange. But others students, they come directly without any fellowship. What we have done, we actually approach the embassies. We give our prospectus and admission booklets that we keep there in the various embassies, and we try to attract them for but there are certain challenges because of the geographical location of the university. That is not a big city like Hyderabad, Pune or Bangalore. So Aligarh is a small city. So that is one challenge. That secondly, we don't have separate international hostels, but we are now planning to have, this year also we have arranged a small, for their logistics, we have made some arrangements this year itself, but we don't have international hostels. Secondly, we are actually running short of certain infrastructures which foreign students are they find it difficult, particularly for logistics and certain academic curriculum also.
Okay, so you are working on those issues?
We are already, we have our credit systems, we have changed according to them. Then for foreign students, we have now admissions processes twice in a year. Earlier we used to have only once.
This is an important point. Our admission processes also have to be tailored to suit the international students. We should not use the same admission process that we use for our Indian students. And that's the reason why UGC has asked to create supernumerary seats so that you have the freedom and autonomy to conduct your own admission processes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Secondly, sir, we have also started, this year we have one office created with one nodal officer to look after their visa issues, their other curriculum problem, other things. So that is only established recently.
Okay.
So with
Thank you
one
very
nodal
much.
officer.
Thank you very much. May I ask the Vice Chancellor of Central University of Rajasthan just to briefly tell us the same question. Yeah. Sir, you have only 2 minutes. We are running short of time.
Yes, sir. I will try to do it as fast as possible. Sir, we have reviewed our university in 22-23, and we experienced that we have got only 8 international students admitted. Then we decided to work on this one, and we have prepared the 10-point program to how to work on this one and how to increase the international students admissions. In that one, we have re-established our international cell, prepared our brochures, and these brochures are not only of entire university, but the specific, for the research, for the sports, and for the facility, which is normally the requirement of the international students in this one. Second important point which we addressed is how to increase the visibility of the university. And for that one, we have done a lot of homework, and in that one, we have identified 5 countries. This is our own study, from where, as compared to other countries, less number of students are coming to the India for the education. These are Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, then Ghana and Myanmar. And in these countries, we have attended admission exhibitions
Right, sir.
And our experience is that more than 300 students per each exhibition, they have responded to us. We have now data of 1200 students, international level students, and we are pursuing with them. We have conducted online meetings with them. As a pedagogical impact of that one, before that, in online meeting, they were having 3 concerns of this. It may be useful to all vice chancellors also.
Excellent, sir.
Yeah.
Excellent, sir. We'll have to close it
just
here,
one second, one
yeah.
minute only. Cultural difference, fees, and lodging and boarding. These were the 3 problems. We address all the problems. We have taken a decision in our academic executive council. Fees we have reduced.
Sir, please give that. Please give that list to us. We will share with the other vice chancellors also.
And today
thank you, sir.
178 students
Thank you,
have
sir.
responded
Right.
for our admissions, and we are.
You know, I appreciate your over enthusiasm for the kind of efforts you are making. I hope this will also serve as an example to the other universities. Ma'am, we have 2 minutes to close our program. So 2 to 3 minutes you please take.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I will not take much time, but I was just wanting to share some experiences of Allahabad University, of course, of which I am the Vice Chancellor. I would like to tell you that after we registered in the Study in India portal on the advisory of Shri Barnwal, we have found that this year we have students from 15 countries who have applied in various courses of Allahabad University. And there are about 66 students who have applied from 15 countries. I will name the countries. I just made a list of the countries to be very honest to you, and I'm quite surprised at the list. Those countries are Tanzania, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Kenya, Nigeria, Afghanistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Jakarta, Ghana, Yemen, and Canada. The courses for which they have applied are Commerce, Defense Studies, Law, Computer Applications, MA Arabic, MA Economics, and Sanskrit. More subjects that the university can offer are culinary skills, and various other subjects. There are various languages that can be offered to them apart from our BTech courses. So in my recent visit to 5-6 countries, I found that the sciences and mathematics in these countries is very poor as compared to that of India. So those are our plus points, and many of them have shown interest in studying Sanskrit and Hindi. So we can have foreign students in these languages as well. And what I found most was they're all fond of Indian food. So why not have a course in culinary? And how I went about inviting so many students was through the embassies. We wrote a letter, we have our advisory, student advisory. We wrote a letter to the embassy saying that if you recommend, we will get students from your university. We are in talks with Edinburgh University, we are in talks with Oxford University recently. So I think everybody can write a letter to the Chancellor General, and they have a section for education.
Thank you,
they will be very happy to.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
They will be very happy to be with sharing our university. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us a very beautiful talk and PPT on how to attract the foreign students and what are the challenges faced by the central universities in admitting foreign students and other things. So we gear up for the next session, which is the final session, sir. So over. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Archana Thakur, for steering the deliberation of this session. I also thank Professor Jagdish Kumar, Professor Satpakal Bansal, Professor Sangeeta Srivastav, and Professor N. Nagaraju for have a very detailed discussion on internationalization of student, including the study in India. And friends, we are heading for the last thematic session of this Vice Chancellor conference. And the theme for this last session is Faculty Development Program, Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program. And the university coordinator for this session is Aligarh Muslim University. And the participating universities are Central University of Odisha, Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Samakka Sarakka Central Tribal University, and Rajiv Gandhi University. So to have a very interesting deliberation, we have with us Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnan, Director, IIM Bangalore, as the expert for this session. And we have with us Ms. Reena Sonowal Kohli, Joint Secretary, Higher Education, as the expert for this session. So I request Professor Rishikesh Krishnan and Ms. Reena Sonowal to please come over the dais. And I also request Professor Naima Khatun, Professor Narsingh Charan Panda, Professor Sanjay Srivastav, Professor Y.L. Srinivas, and Professor S.K. Nice for the last and 10th thematic academic session. And I would request Dr. Nikhil Kumar, Deputy Secretary, University Grant Commission, for steering the deliberation of the session.
Thank you. So, माननीय शिक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री सुकांता मजूमदार जी, उच्च शिक्षा सचिव एवं विश्वविद्यालय अनुदान आयोग के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर विनीत जोशी जी, सभागार में उपस्थित आमंत्रित विद्वज्जन तथा समस्त गुरुजनों को मेरा सादर अभिवादन एवं अभिनंदन. We have arrived at the much awaited session on the theme, that is faculty development, Malvi Mission Teachers Training Program. In many previous sessions, we have observed the expectations from the Centers for Teachers Training. Those are the Malvi Mission Teachers Training Centers. And the various expectations from these MMTTCs has been mentioned in the form of that these should serve as a master trainer for the future skills, faculty training for development of the program Swayam and MOOCs, faculty for Indian knowledge system for teaching Bharati Bhasha and other Bharati Gyan Parampara, imparting skills based courses, vocational programs, to cope with the ICT initiatives and novel technology-based interventions in higher education landscape. And overall, we can say for the skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. And the MMTTCs are expected as to serve the model NEP classrooms. So in this theme, there is a group of universities work that the participating universities were Central University of Odisha, Mahatma Gandhi Central University Bihar, Samakka Sarakka Central Tribal University, Rajiv Gandhi University Arunachal Pradesh, and Aligarh Muslim University. The coordinating university is the Aligarh Muslim University. They deliberated, they consulted, and with the mutual consultation, we came up with a thematic paper and a presentation to be presented by the Vice Chancellor of Coordinating University. I invite Madam to please share the presentation on behalf of the group, please.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Minister of State Education, Shri Majumdar ji, and Secretary Higher Education and the Additional Secretary Higher Education, and the Vice Chancellor Central University of Gujarat, and all esteemed Vice Chancellors, the officials of the Ministry of Education and the officials of UGC Grants Commission. It is my privilege to be here this afternoon, and the topic for today is the evolution of faculty development program and the MMTC, and in line with the new education, this National Education Policy 2020. First of all, I would like to give the evolution of faculty developments in higher education institutions. First, in 1987, we had only 48 academic staff colleges, and that was established under the National Policy of Education in 1986. Later, the number of academic staff colleges increased to 66. By 2015, these academic staff colleges were changed into UGC, HRDC centers, and then that's Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for Teacher Training launched, and 100+ centers were established. And then these centers, they went for the faculty induction programs, and they introduced SOE, CALM, NRC setup, and across higher education institution. And by 2023, Honorable Minister of Education launched 116 MMTCs, and conducting FIPs, SRCs, the short-term programs, and the resource orientation and subject resource programs. These programs were conducted online and offline as well. Further, another in 2025, there were 20 MMTCs in the IITs, IIMs, NITs, and conducting the National Future Leadership Program and CBP SLT design. And this concept paper actually was developed with the respondents that we received. We, for the recommendations how the centers will work properly, we sent the Google Forms to more than 1,000 participants who underwent the training in the MMTCs, and we got 261 responses, and we made the content analysis. There were 15 targeted questions, and what we got out of this, the institutions to which this questionnaire was sent, there were the affiliated, a majority of them were from the affiliated colleges, and most of them were assistant professors. That was, and the rest were from central universities, and others from private universities, and but mostly they were government-aided, government-aided colleges, and some state universities, institutions were also there. And we, these feedback forms, we also took into account of the Ministry of, we referred to the Ministry of Education and UGC policy documents also, and we also discussed, as Nikhil ji has just stated, to our partner universities, that is Central University of Orissa, Central University of Bihar, and the Samakka Sarakka Tribal University, and the Mahatma Gandhi Central University of Bihar. All these esteemed Vice Chancellors, they have sent their feedback to us, and Dr. Nikhil ji from the UGC Grants Commission has also taken into account all those states, and these 15 targeted questions gave us some understanding of how the respondents have actually given their feedbacks. The question is, we have 15 lakh teachers to be trained in the faculty development program. Our target is very high, so the number of MMTCs are not enough. Now the responses that we got, the feedback that we got, that 70% of them, rather 71% of the respondents, they found that NEP programs to be very comprehensive, and around 70% respondents stated that this is the result of the content analysis that we made. They held that faculty development program at MMTCs was essential for academic rejuvenation. And then 61% they stated that it helped them understanding the NEP goals, and the rest are acquiring competency in pedagogical innovation and curriculum development, and better understanding of ICT for pedagogy, and then having introduced the interdisciplinary projects and outcome-based learnings, and better student learning outcomes. These were the points that we received in the form of feedback from these 261 respondents out of the 1,000 teachers to whom we, more than 1,000 teachers to whom we sent the Google form questionnaire. Then the significance of the positive impacts of MMTCs that we received is the interdisciplinary and innovative teaching, and MMTCs are instrumental in nurturing interdisciplinary teaching, integrating Indian knowledge system, and promoting blended project-based learning approaches across higher education institutions. And these centers also help to increase the NAP 2020 awareness among faculty members, improved teaching practice and institutional performance. Actually, the purpose is actually how these MMTCs are helping us in achieving the goals set by the NAP 2020. So we expect that the training that the teachers they receive in the centers, they should actually be the ideal classroom situation, which these teachers who, after taking this training, when they go back to their respective institution, they should be able to implement all those innovative or pedagogical ideas they receive from these centers, and they should be able to implement it in their respective classroom. But sometimes the question arises, these teachers who come from government-aided colleges and private colleges, they do not have that kind of an infrastructure which they actually want to have. But it is not actually the infrastructure. Some of the teachers, even there are faculty members who get training in our HRDCs or in our MMTCs. They sometimes come and they say that we want to introduce certain innovative ideas, some pedagogical things that in the classroom, if we are given an opportunity without any financial aid or any extra infrastructural facilities, we will be able to do. I can share my own personal experience that one of the very young teacher who just after completing the training came and said, "Ma'am, can you," when I was the principal in the college, they said, "Ma'am, can you give me the auditorium for 1 month for my lecture class in dramatics? I teach Shakespeare in the English literature." I asked her, "Why do you want the auditorium for 1 month?" Then she told that, "I got some training in the MMTC, and actually I want to have that kind of an experiment in the situation in the auditorium, so that I can teach dramatics in a more practical way to the students." So sometimes the infrastructure or additional funding is not required for those teachers who go back to their respective institution. They can also experiment the training they receive, they can experiment with their students. This is what just I said, that this MMTCs as they are the model NEP classrooms, and the program design and delivery. And the second part is that the post-program implementation, how they are implemented in the institution. There also a large, the problem also with the heads of the departments, with the principals, that how they are actually encouraging and motivating the teachers, young budding teachers who have received training, how they are helping them to implement, and so that that can be scaled up. Then there are some challenges which are also identified by, we also approached some directors of the MMTTs and some principals also, and some heads of the institution who also received training. So these challenges are lack of post-training academic support. Sometimes the principals and the heads of the department, the chairpersons of the department, they do not encourage the participants who go for the training program to the MM. Though it is the UGC prescribes that there should be given duty leave, but some of the colleges, due to scarcity of staff, they say that if we give leave to the teachers, who will finish the courses, who will take the classes, because they don't have enough number of faculty members to finish the courses. They actually sometimes discourage the participants. Sometimes the participants come and ask us to request their respective chairpersons and principals to give them leave, though it is actually prescribed by the University Grants Commission. Secondly, there is lack of post-training administrative support. This is what just I discussed right now. And of course, the infrastructure gaps are there, and they don't get enough research support, which is a problem for most of the private colleges and degree colleges, though it is not there in central universities. And there is also a feeling that there is lack of incentives. These incentives may not be a very, not necessarily that requires required an amount of fund or anything, like just to acknowledge that some of the participants that they do well, even the directors of the MMTCs, if they just send a letter to the principals or to the heads that so and these participants, so and Mr. and Mrs. so and so, they have performed well in the training center, that itself can work as an incentive. Not necessarily the incentives needs a large amount of funding. And then some of the challenges that were identified by the Vice Chancellor's group, Professor Srinivasa and Professor Srivastav and Professor Srinivas, and maybe they would like to give their own feedback, because these questionnaires were shared to them also. So I'll quickly just tell you that the mindset is to be changed. These challenges were identified our partner Vice Chancellor. The mindset towards the faculty development programs, low classroom interest, and then limitations of online mode. Though there is a demand for offline, but offline means a lot of funding is required. More engaging sessions that is to be that is required, and weak post-program implementation, and incentives by design missing, and the resource mindset. There is a mindset that if the resources are there, then we will do better, but it is not always true. And the MMTC plus, then more effective
programs are required. A faculty development program wise national survey by these to identify the stakeholders and resource persons, quality criteria, briefing, feedback. One of our partner Vice Chancellor has stated that the resource person should be chosen very carefully, and they should not always be the teachers, rather from industries, the thought leaders, and from other fields also. Sessions to be the model and NEP classes, ICTs, learner-centric and critical thinking. More offline mode programs, basically FIPs are there. These offline courses should be for at least for those orientation courses or those foundational courses. So that is obviously more effective. Individual action plan submission to be shared with respective higher education institution. And of course, a mindset change is required, class attention. Then there should be some mechanism to monitor the classroom. Sometimes the participant they log in and they go away, so that there should be some AI based checking so that the attendance is checked. And then obviously the incentives should be there, showcasing the exemplary work of the participants on national portal. That should be mentioned. Then of course to incentivize the implementation, how to implement this program. This National Teachers Award may increase this NAP implementation weightage. Presently there is not much weightage in the national awards for teachers, where those institutions who have implemented and those teachers who have imbibed those values of NEP within themselves, there should be some mechanism so that some weightage can be given. Then UGC draft 2025 in section 3 in para 3.8 may include more criteria weightage, and the Vice Chancellors can hold quarterly interaction with their faculty development program trainees. They seek, encourage and resolve. How much time so I'll just quickly scroll this for your perusal. In some recommendations in the policy level, that is designate zonal MMTTs to strengthen regional MMTCs, funding for action research, teaching experiments, curricular trials, and impact assessment study, national exposure and academic networks through. Okay, I'll just finish. That is a reimagined MMTC portal that is integrate automatic attendance tracking, real-time feedback, and technical and administrative issues, mandatory verifications of contact data related to concluded programs. These are some general and strategic recommendations. The conclusion is that MMTCs must serve as prototype NEP classroom by being interdisciplinary, inclusive, innovative, and digitally enabled. With this framework, MMTC will continue to shape India's academic landscape with clarity, care, and commitment, ensuring a bright academic future for the nation. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam. Sir Naima Khatunji, for your nice presentation about the developmental journey, the status, and roadmap of the Malvi Mission Teachers Training Centers for capacity building of the faculty members, for helping the implementation of the recommendations under national education policy, for having deep insight into the capacity building of the faculty members. We have with us the expert, Professor R.T. Krishnanji, who is a director of Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and Professor Krishnan is an alumnus of IIT Kanpur, Stanford University, and Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. And he is having a specialization in the strategy. I request Professor Krishnanji to kindly come to make a presentation about your thoughts.
Namaste. Mantriji, namaste, and greetings to all of you. I just thought I will speak a little bit from a broader perspective on what are some of the challenges in faculty development and capacity building, both in the context of two important things that are happening. One is, of course, NEP, which we are all implementing and very familiar with, but we also had Dr. Kalyan Raman here a little earlier speaking about ANRF. So I think both of these are very important because they really signify the important expectations. One is high quality education. The other one is high quality research and impact. Both of these are expected from all of us, and particularly since ANRF is also now covering social sciences with their latest call, that I think gives a good opportunity for all of us across different disciplines to access the advantages of ANRF. So what is it we are looking for? I think what we are looking for is quite ambitious, and that's why our capacity building also has to match that. Very clearly, often we think that once a faculty member joins an institute, he or she will be able to take care of himself or herself, whichever it is, university, institution, whatever institution they join. But that's not actually the case. There is a good argument for continuous faculty development because the world is changing very rapidly. So I think what we should all be trying to aspire for is a model of engaged scholarship, where we want our faculty members to, of course, do high quality teaching, but we also want them to do research work which is rigorous, insightful and relevant. And that's what the country is really calling for when you look for the kind of challenges we face today. We are also looking for people who will be leaders. I mean, we keep asking, why is it that we are not coming up with original ideas? Why is it that we don't have a Google or NVIDIA in India? For that, we need out-of-the-box thinking. So I just gave Manindra as an example because he was my contemporary in IIT Kanpur. But this is just to give you the kind of people we want to develop. So to me, the aim of faculty development is not only to create good teachers, but it's also to create people who can really make a broader impact. At the global level, we have seen such people. For example, there is this gentleman, Professor Bob Langer at MIT. He has been responsible for about 400 startups. There are close to some 1,000 patents due to arising out of his work. And many of these are actually trying to address very significant healthcare issues. So again, I'm just trying to say that we should raise our aspiration of what we are trying to do from faculty development and capacity building. And we definitely want innovation. I think that's the need of the hour. Honorable PM keeps talking about it. We know also that in almost every domain, we need to come up with new ideas to solve our problems. So we need innovative faculty who are curious, who are willing to experiment, who of course can communicate well, and who can collaborate with others. These are some of the needs of the hour. And within our institutions, we also want people to be good organizational citizens. That's very important because we want them to contribute in multiple ways to the growth and development of our universities and institutions. So what does it mean? I think the building capacity issue, we have some very good national initiatives. You're all familiar with the Nurturing Future Leaders program, which we have already been doing for the last few years. And essentially there we are looking at a few important things. We are looking at how can the individual manage himself or herself well, how can they develop certain critical new capabilities, and how can they lead people. This is something we are looking at a younger age group, people who are quite some years left in their overall academic journey. But we also have a very good academic leadership program, which some of you have already been through, where we are looking at a higher level of leadership, visioning, we are looking at strategic thinking, managing stakeholders, financial acumen, resource mobilization, etc. So both of these levels are very important, and I think it's good that we have both these programs. We need to widen the reach, get more people to be included in these programs. I thought I will use this opportunity to share a few of the initiatives which we are doing at IIM Bangalore, particularly focusing on young faculty. One of the challenges we face, and I think it was also mentioned in the previous presentation, is that our young PhDs, when they enter academia, are they getting adequate support so that they can contribute well in both teaching and research? The programs are there, but are we really doing them in the right spirit and with the right effectiveness? So I would argue that we need to start much earlier. One of the things we realized in IIM Bangalore is that we need to be able to get more diversity into the doctoral program itself, because otherwise we don't have the kind of diversity and inclusion we need at the faculty recruitment stage. So we started a pre-doc program in 2018. The idea was to bring greater social diversity into management academia. This is also, in my mind, capacity building, because this program is not just an academic program. It is an apprenticeship program to bring really good talent from diverse backgrounds, whether it be based on economic or social diversity or regional diversity and so on, so that we have the right candidates who can do high quality PhD programs. And I'm very happy that more than 60 people from all over India have gone through this program. They will be the faculty members of tomorrow, and they represent all forms of economic and social disadvantage. Another thing we have been doing is trying to help students at the PhD level get some basic teaching skills. Because what happens is often when a fresh PhD joins a university, he or she is immediately pitchforked into teaching, because often there are requirements and there is no time for the person to go to training. So we have started this initiative across management institutions to make sure that an annual doctoral consortium on teaching is held, where we invite PhD students from institutions across India. Many university faculty have also participated in this. And the idea is to give the basics of teaching, including a teaching practicum. This is not just a theoretical exercise. They are actually put through an exercise where they teach so that they can get feedback on their teaching style and effectiveness. We have also scaled up considerably our FDP on online teaching, and we are the national coordinator for management for SWAYAM. So we have been getting at least 70, 80, sometimes even 100 faculty to participate in the FDP on online teaching, because the kind of skills which is required for effective online teaching, as you all know, are a little different from what you require in the classroom. So this is something we have worked on. One important initiative I want to share, and I will just take a couple of minutes for this, is that we realized when a new faculty member joins, he or she would benefit from some coaching. Simple thing like, as the course is progressing, suppose they feel the kind of response they're getting from the class is not what they were expecting, how do they correct themselves? So we have got some very experienced faculty as coaches. These are faculty, by the way, who are no longer teaching in the institute. So there is no conflict between them and the faculty who are being mentored. These are experts in the area of teaching, and they stay with the young faculty member throughout the course across the semester, right from the planning stage, then getting into the session plan, then reporting back on what is the feedback from the session, getting some small group feedback from the participants, and then finally meeting with the mentor to improve for the next year. We have found there's a dramatic change in the kind of feedback from the students if the faculty get this mentoring and coaching, and this sets our young faculty on a very high note of confidence as they are able to go forward. This is something which I think you might like to consider whether you would like to replicate this in your institution. Similarly, another thing we have tried to do is to give a chance to our PhD students to teach younger students through summer camps. So we open up a summer camp for students who are interested in pursuing management courses. The idea of those summer camps is that our PhD students get a chance for first-hand teaching in a non-academic setting initially, so that they at least get familiarity with the teaching process. Let me just conclude by a few brief remarks on the future of capacity building. I think there are some emerging areas which we all need to focus on, and this is true for all institutions. The first one is the way students learn in a digital environment is quite different from the way we learned when we were students many years ago. You would have seen the way students assimilate, the way they discuss, the whole process is quite different. We need to understand this in a more effective way. All of us are quite aware that using AI and teaching and learning is becoming increasingly important, and this is something we need to work with. There are lots of new tools, there are Gen AI tools, there are other tools. How do you incorporate this into the class learning process? New methods of assessment and evaluation are also becoming important. Today, if I give a project to my students, they usually will submit a Gen AI output to me. I cannot stop them from using Gen AI tool. But how do I use Gen AI and at the same time get a good output from them? So for example, what some of my colleagues are doing along with the assignment, They are giving the Gen AI solution also with the assignment. And they are saying, when you submit it, you have to do something better than what Gen AI is doing. So I think our assessment and evaluation also needs to change. We have to design research for translation and impact. That is what ANRF and everyone else is expecting. It's not something which may come naturally. We may have to help our young faculty think through the process of how they can do more translation-oriented research. We have done some limited work with CSIR and others in helping the PhD candidates understand the translation opportunities for their research. And we need to look at emergent research methods, including the use of AI and ML. In short, I think we all need to build entrepreneurial universities, and entrepreneurial university doesn't mean just startup. We need entrepreneurial faculty because the needs of people are changing. The faculty have to understand these needs and come up with new course offerings, new program offerings, new methods of teaching, etc. So I firmly believe that the time has come where we have to identify academic entrepreneurs within our universities and institutions and facilitate them to help drive the institute and the university in the future. And it's not, by the way, it's not unusual. There is also another big opportunity that with so much funding available thanks to ANRF and other programs, this is a great opportunity for many of us to completely put our universities on a different growth trajectory altogether. I'll just give you one simple example. This is my last example, then I will close. Many of you would know today Stanford is globally one of the top universities. It wasn't like this before World War II. Before World War II, Stanford was also just an also-ran university. How did they change? After World War II, the US government set up NSF, put in place a lot of funding programs. The then engineering dean of Stanford thought this is a great opportunity to build the capabilities of his university. And that's what they did over the next 20, 30 years. So the 1950s to 70s was the growth phase of Stanford when they completely changed their public perception thanks to the work they were doing. Today, ANRF and other programs give all of us that opportunity. Whoever is best at making use of these opportunities will create the outstanding universities of the future. Some institutions have already demonstrated this, like IIT Madras. We also have to think innovatively how we can do this going forward. So in conclusion, I would just like to share my view with all of you that I think we should think of capacity building and development in a much greater sense. We have to look at translational work. We have to look at professors who can be more entrepreneurial within the university itself. We have to understand the changing needs of students, and we have to do all of this in a fast-changing technological environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Krishnanji, for suggesting the strategies for the high-quality education and high-quality research through model of engaged scholarship, mentoring of the faculty, foundational programs, summer camps, etc., and setting focus for the future directions for the capacity building of the faculty members for better implementation of the NEP and ranking of the Indian national universities. Now, to have the detailed insight on the architecture, the rationale, and nature of the various programs under the Hon'ble Mission National Teachers Training Centers across the different domains, we have expert Madam Reena Sonwal College, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education. I request Madam to kindly share your presentation before the audience, please.
I have interacted quite a bit with your management department, AMU.
So you have been to?
I was involved in some external evaluation of thesis.
Okay.
Namaskar and good afternoon, Honorable Minister of State, sir, Secretary Higher Education, Additional Secretary Higher Education, dignitaries who are with me on the dais, and before me all the Vice Chancellors of all the centrally funded universities. Two speakers have already spoken before me. My presence here will be very limited, and most of the concerns which are faced by the Hon'ble Mission teacher training programs have been highlighted by VC AMU. So I shall just skip my slides and give you a brief overview of all the programs that we are conducting with the UGC and the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NIPA. Capacity building, I will just, we just need to understand that capacity building is central to professional development, and it is essential at every level of the education system. And why do we need capacity building? The MMTTPs has been re-envisaged in 2023, September. And it was there earlier, but in 21, the term had expired and we needed to come up with a new scheme. And this particular program was launched in September with this term expiring in March of next year. So we are in the process of doing an evaluation. So all the points that have been raised by VC AMU and the team of Vice Chancellors here will really help us. There will be a third-party audit so that we can continue this program in a more scaled-up manner. So these are the different components of the capacity building of the Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program. We have 14 total components, of which Teacher Connect program is yet to start. It is in the process. And Guru Setu is a program which is being sort of envisioned. Professor Anil ji is there. So these are all the NEP orientation program, the faculty induction programs, short-term program, refresher courses. So these are done by the UGC, and then in the ministry we are doing the nurturing future leadership, the program on capacity building on design and entrepreneurship, and I'm happy that Professor Krishnan had said that we need more entrepreneurial faculties. So this is what this program is being aimed at. We also have, because there is, we need to be inclusive and to create a pool of faculty who would be able to address the needs of students who have specific learning disabilities. More and more students are coming from this field to the higher education. Schools have their own interventions, so this is another program that we are conducting. Then of course the program for academic leadership, the capacity building for promoting health and mental health and well-being in the HEIs, and there are short-term online programs which are being conducted by IIT Ropar, IIT Madras, IIC Bangalore on cyber security, on AI, STEM fields, on science communication, because people are doing a lot of work on science, but how is it that it is brought out for the, how do they sort of tell about what work they have done? So this is also an important part which is being driven by IIT Hyderabad. And there we also have a capacity building program for administrative staff. This is being done by IIT Madras, and this is generally the brief outline of the numbers that we have. We have 144 centers. Out of these, 32 centers are for the conducting the NFLP training programs. Of these, 8 are private institutions apart from our IIMs. So what I would like to just request all the Vice Chancellors who are present here to please nominate your faculty. So as of now, this NFLP program, we are, because it's an ever evolving kind of guidelines. So when we realize that the criteria for 3 years of teaching experience, we were not getting enough people. First, it was only the centrally funded institutions, then we opened it out to the state universities, now further, and thereafter to the private universities also. And now, just recently, colleges, government-aided colleges and private colleges can also apply. So there are a lot of requests from these colleges, so I would just say that because the government is paying for it, when professors or teachers do apply, we would just request that the heads of the institutions allow the faculty to join in this program, because that is a requirement that the professor should be nominated by the head of the institution. So these are all the numbers that we have of the different programs. This is the future leadership programs. We have 32 centers, 110 programs have been conducted so far. The academic leadership program, again, initially we were we had only the heads of the institutions. Now we would like to amend it with we would seek participants from institutions, from professors who would be having at least some minimum years of experience, who are in the line of holding academic positions, be it a dean or even dean or administrative position. So this is something where to make this program successful. So we just request again that in case any of you would be interested, you could also attend this program and also nominate your people. Again, we will be giving out our amended guidelines where professors from your institute would be able to join in, whosoever is in an academic or administrative position. This is the capacity building program. It is being anchored by IIIT DM Kanchipuram. This is to achieve a threefold increase in the proportion of students who are opting for entrepreneurship as a career. And so far, 45 institutions have been shortlisted, of which 836 faculty are part of this program. There are 130. There is a mentoring of faculty members for this program, and 597 courses have been identified for change in pedagogy. So this program will hopefully be able to get more students into entrepreneurship. Then this is to bring in inclusivity into our teaching. So this program is a totally online program that we have on the specific learning disability. And the Changing Foundation, this is an NGO who are working pro bono with us and giving their resources for organizing this training program. This, again, out of the 1326 beneficiaries, 218 faculty from central universities have participated. Then another program on promoting mental health and resilience in HEIs. So this is also an online program. And here we have both online sessions, and finally there is an in-person session. So far, we have had 28 sessions, 1,800 plus participants, and there are also exemplar visits. We had done one exemplar visit to AMU, and we had a national mental health conclave at Hyderabad. We propose to do it annually. I'll skip this, and then these are all the online short-term programs that IIT Madras and IIT Ropar are doing. Then this is the STEM program, which is IIT Ropar, Madras and Bangalore, which is specifically only for college teachers. Then STEM faculty, this is at IIT Hyderabad, which is for science communication. And this is again the training for administrative staff conducted by IIT Madras. So these are the challenges which we see AMU had highlighted. There is a limited outreach, less participation, less engagement, and because we have an online and offline mode, more and more people, because there is the provision for online sessions where we are not able to have engagement, proper engagement, face-to-face engagement, and there is also this problem of monitoring and feedback, where be it in terms of positive, post-training assessment and also tracking. So I would just urge that whenever faculty from your institutions are attending this program, whether the university is doing anything about what it is that you have learned, what is the feedback. So in fact, is some kind of dialogue between the head of the institution, and also track how the faculty is faring in terms of how coming back, and how is there any change in their pedagogy, whether the students have found any kind of change in their teaching. So these are some things where the heads of the institutions may take a proactive role. So, and these are again the strategies and recommendations. We have to sort of strengthen our outreach, then institutionalize the monitoring and impact assessment. There could be multilingual inclusivity for where training content is there in almost all languages. And of course, create a repository of the best practices. And this is where we go forward, because we are having, we are proposing to have a third-party review before we launch, have a new scheme from the next year. So all the concerns and all the points which have been raised by VCMU, AMU could come in, and because this is actually, she has done, the team here has actually gone in and done that exercise of having direct feedback. So on that note, I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your concise yet very insightful presentation about the details and the status and the spectrum of the various programs under the Malvi Mission Teachers Training Centers. Now the platform is open for question answer session. Due to paucity of time, we may take few questions. I just request to kindly introduce briefly before you ask your questions. Please.
Everybody's tired. I think everybody wants to have lunch and then go.
Is there any questions about the presentations? Please give the mic.
Neelima Gupta, Vice Chancellor Dr. Hari Singh Gaur, Sagar Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. Well, we have discussed through these three presentations. They were very informative. And talking about faculty training, that is really a very important issue. But despite all the efforts which are being done by the universities, by MMTCC, we feel that, at least I feel, that we are not getting those outcomes. And the teachers, suppose they attend these programs for 5 days or 7 days or 15 days. After that, there is, no follow-up either from the universities or the type of training which is required as a teacher. It is not being imparted. And secondly, I feel that these online programs, they are not so effective as the offline programs are. Because a teacher has to learn many things. And with this new national education policy, there's an entire change in concept, which I tried to discuss yesterday also. We are talking about value-added education, we are talking about skill education, which the teachers did not have. So unless these MMTC programs become very productive and teach the teachers how to become a good teacher in all those varied aspects in which they themselves have also not got any training. This is very essential. So we have to, of course, many of the focal points have been highlighted, but I think that the universities can be invited to give more of these topics for conducting these faculty induction programs, and so that these teachers can be benefited, and more, we should have more of these offline programs so that there is a direct interaction between the resource persons and the new faculty. And of course, like VCAMU, she has already said that there must be an improvement in the resource persons who actually deliver the goods. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, madam.
Srinivas Varkhedi from Central Sanskrit University. Thanks for very nice presentations. We got so many ideas. We have some issues like the IAS officers, when they get the training, they will have very specific training period after the recruitment. Similarly, we get freshers, fresh teachers in the universities. After that, we don't know how best they are. Therefore, we need to have 3 months offline training center, and then they have to go back to the workplace and then come back with the feedback. If we do 1 year or 2 years training program like this, then definitely freshers will have better results. That's what we felt. We started it within our university system, but we need to do it in the national level.
Sir, can I just briefly respond? 1 second, if you don't mind. So I seriously request you to try this coaching and mentoring model if you can do it, because the results are much more in real time. What happens is otherwise in the training program is people go through training and then there's a gap and then people teach and there is no feedback mechanism. If you can do that coaching mentoring, we find we have actually measured. In just that 1 semester of coaching and mentoring, there is huge improvement in the feedback from students. And we can make that direct connection. So I just urge you to do that. I'm happy to share our experience offline with you also.
Hello. Thank you, sir.
Just a minute. There were some comments. I would also request if the comments from the observation made by Madam Neelima Gupta ji, somebody can, our expert can respond upon the observations made by her.
Yeah, let me just, I think my observation is very similar. Okay, yeah, so if looking at the, let's say, future leadership program, we have nominated many faculty members and got the feedback, and the feedback is very encouraging. It's really good that that program is going well. But if we look at the other program, for example, MMTTC is running through, whether it's an induction program or sensitization of the NEP, I again agree with Madam that, you know, taking those programs in the online fashion is not really serving the purpose. I myself has inaugurated about 23 MMTTC for the sensitization of NEP programs. But you know, I even before the start of the program, not able to find all the candidates, and not even after the lecture is not able to, you know. So, and I see that, you know, this online method is not really serving the purpose, and especially the induction program, when we are trying to train our new teachers and trying to tell them, yeah, that you have to go for the apprenticeship, skillship, internships and practical training, skill things and so on. You know, and that we are doing it online. So I really don't appreciate. Thank you.
Sir, your observation has been noted, and our expert groups have made certain recommendations. Yet I request our expert with us to comment on your
I will speak about the FIP faculty induction programs and the programs which are conducted online, the NEP implementation training. So that is the NEP implementation program is totally online. There is no scope for physical training here. The other FIP program, which is a very long program, we have been getting feedback that, in fact, you know, the institutions are not allowing the faculty to come for such a long period. So in fact, we have even sort of said that there could be a break. It's a 24-day program. So in fact, so between the two, and MMTCs also have the freedom to do physical courses also. So they have, it's a mix of both physical and online. So it is for that particular center to decide whether they want to do it online, offline. Of course, online has its own problems, again, logged in and not being part of it. So we are also thinking of some kind of interventions, technology interventions, which would be able to, you know, have the participants full attention to the program. But we will take note of this, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. And with this, we'll come to close the session. And I thank you, thank the expert with us, Professor Krishnan, Madam Reena Sonwal Kohli, and Vice Chancellor of the Coordinating University, Professor Naima Khatun, Madam, and the participating university Vice Chancellors from the CU Odisha, Professor S.C. Pandaji, Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Central University, Sanjay Srivastav, and Vice Chancellor of Samakka Sarakka Central Tribal University, Y.L. Srinivas, and Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, S.K. Nayak. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution for preparing the thematic paper and this presentation before this conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nikhil Kumar ji, for a wonderful steering of the session. And Dear all, since yesterday we have been deliberating on various important issues related to the higher education institutions. In fact, from yesterday we have started our deliberations from the first session on the National Credit Framework and National Higher Education Qualification Framework. And we have also discussed about the future of work, digital education, and the university government system and the role of Samarth. Then we have also discussed about the inclusive policies that is related to fellowships by Ministry of Education. We have also detailed discussion on Bharatiya Bhasha, the empowerment of Bharatiya Bhasha in the higher education institution and the Indian knowledge system. And we have also discussed about the future of research and innovation in the higher education institutions, in the central universities. And in today's morning, we have been deliberating on the ranking and accreditation of the central universities of India's. And we have also discussed the future of internationalization in India through Study in India program. And in the last session, we have discussed about the faculty development, the role of faculty development program and MMTTC in the higher educational institutions. So I must thank the Ministry of Education for organizing such a very wonderful program for the capacity building and understanding of the Vice Chancellor of Central University. And we, from the Central University of Gujarat, we must thank the Ministry of Education for giving us the opportunity. And we just take 2 minutes time to set the logistic for the valedictory session. And in this valedictory session, we have with us Honorable Minister of State, Mr. Sukanta Majumdar with us. We have with us our Secretary, and we have with us our Additional Secretary, and along with us, we have our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramashankar Dubey. Now I am handing over the session to Professor Pallavi Sharma, Dean School of Nanosciences, Central University of Gujarat, and myself, Professor Tapas Kumar Dalpati, Dean School of Social Sciences. Thanking you all for your kind cooperation. Now I am handing over the session to Professor Pallavi Sharma.
Thank you, sir, and namaskar. As we approach the conclusion of a transformative two-day Vice Chancellors Conference 2025, organized by Central University of Gujarat and Ministry of Education, we will now reflect on the knowledge we have gained, express gratitude, and look ahead with renewed purpose. The deliberations, insights, and shared visions discussed here over the course of these 2 days in 10 rich and impactful sessions covering a wide array of themes have significantly deepened our collective resolve to implement the ideas of NEP 2020. We now begin the closing ceremony of the Vice Chancellors Conference 2025. We are deeply honored to be graced by Dr. Sukanta Majumdar ji, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India. Dr. Vineet Joshi ji, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India. Dr. Sunil Kumar Barnwal ji, Additional Secretary, Higher Education, Government of India. Professor Ramashankar Dubey ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat. I now request all the dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. I now request Professor Ramashankar Dubeji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, to honor our chief guest, Dr. Sukanta Majumdar ji, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India. I now request you to kindly felicitate Dr. Vineet Joshi ji, Secretary, Higher Education, Government of India. I now request you to felicitate Dr. Sunil Kumar Barnwal ji, Additional Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Government of India. Thank you, sir. To commence this session, I have the honor of inviting Dr. Sunil Kumar Barnwal ji. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate Mr. Joshi ji, Ministry of Education. So to commence this session, I have the honor of inviting Dr. Sunil Kumar Barnwal ji, Additional Secretary, Department of Higher Education, to welcome the gathering in the closing ceremony. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Namaskar. As we are closing this 2 days Vice Chancellor's conference, this is the end of the session, which is in form of a closing ceremony. On this occasion, I welcome Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Sukanta Majumdar ji, who had taken time to come from his busy schedule and made it to the morning and attended almost all sessions today. He had taken good briefing on the whole conference and was aware what is going to happen and had a lot of suggestions to improve it better. As we all know, he himself has been a teacher, and so he knows the higher education system quite well, and some of his insight has been extremely useful for all of us. So I welcome you, sir, to this conference and this closing ceremony. Today we have Dr. Vineet Joshi, Honorable Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education. As we have seen him throughout the session in 2 days conference, and his also contribution in form of his suggestions, some of the wonderful input in different thematic sessions, and not just the thematic session, also outside this conference while deliberating with him on many other issues related to higher education. And some of you must have been benefited by his suggestions and inputs. So I welcome you, sir, to this closing ceremony. Now we also have Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat. I know he will be giving you a vote of thanks by organizing it so well, but I must thank him in person. The way he organized this 2 days conference and has taken care of our comfort so well, and so at individual level, all of us feel so grateful to him, the way he made our stay comfortable, the way he has organized this whole ambience for 2 days deliberation on different themes. And I think everything was so well organized. I must thank him. And not just him, his whole entire team has been working continuously for 2 days. And these 2 days we have seen, I think 20 days before, since then he has been working. And so I must take this occasion as a privilege to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the ministry and on behalf of all of you to thank him once again. And today we also have the presence of Mr. Manish Joshi. He is Secretary UGC. We know presently our Secretary is the Chairman UGC. But the Secretary UGC has a very big role as far as the functioning of Central University goes. For everything, I think you don't come directly many a times to the ministry. It is more of UGC which takes care of your needs. So he has been here for 2 days, and he has also been coordinating with the Vice Chancellors before that on many of the issues. I welcome him to this occasion. As we all know, 2 days had been really hectic. We all thought we are going to a place which is so scenic, the place Kevadia. But we have hardly seen Kevadia. We have just seen the tent city. And you all are looking forward to see the Statue of Unity or the place Kevadia as such. So I'll not be standing between that and this session. And also it's a lunch time, so it is, everyone is looking forward to that. But I must mention that 2 days has been extremely productive. One of the biggest takeaway, which of course the detail will be said by Honorable Secretary, is lot of intangible outcome which has come. Whatever we discussed on different themes has been what we could see and experience. But there has been a lot of discussion outside this hall. I see the group of Vice Chancellor discussing on different issues. There has been huge learning. And the learning is even more because the differences are quite high. Some of the universities are quite high on progress, on achievements. Some of them are not so high. Some of them are very new. Some of them are very old. So there is too big a difference, and the more the difference, the more is the cross learning we can have. So we found this conference has provided a platform where we could discuss many of the issues related to the Central University, both inside and outside this conference hall. So that has been a big learning. As we all know, we have deliberated on many themes, and every theme had a concrete outcome. You all worked together in group for making presentation as well as making an outcome paper. These outcome paper will really work like a roadmap for all of us, and we will have certain actionable points which will be reviewed at subsequent times. One of the key outcome has been that we need to work in groups, and there will be a lot of learning because a lot of things like creating a research ecosystem, developing or embedding Indian knowledge system in different curriculums, taking efforts for creating enabling environment for internationalization. There are huge scope for cross learning because some universities are doing extremely well and some universities are really struggling. So we are looking forward to make such groups on a regular basis or maybe for a longer period in which such discussions can go on, and collectively we grow, not just the individual excellence, but a collective excellence of the central universities will bring us a lot of positive results. With this, once again, I welcome everyone in this closing ceremony and wish that the takeaways of this conference will work as a guiding force for all of us for future of the central universities. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Ravindranath ji Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Kashmir to kindly share his reflections and experiences from this two-day Vice Chancellor Conference 2025.
Hon'ble Minister of State for Education, Shri Sukanta Majumdar ji, the Secretary of Higher Education, Shri Vineet Joshi ji, Additional Secretary Sunil Barnwal ji, and Secretary UGC Manish Joshi ji, and Professor Rama Shankar Jube ji, and who is the man of this particular event. And we a great applause to him for giving me a lot of comfort and better feeling here. And already Barnwalji told that a great learning has come by being here. Actually, I am going through these 2 days total deliberations. First of all, I acknowledge with a thanks to the Ministry of Education conceiving this particular event on a very auspicious day to launch on Guru Purnima. So this gives most of our institutional leaders a kind of commitment once whatever the outcome they have taken from this particular process, so they have to translate into an action plan. Because I happened to attend these kind of events earlier twice when Prakash Javadekari was the Minister for Education, so he used to conduct on same Guru Purnima day. And after I think a gap of 5 years, so they have launched again this, and I welcome this particular thing. And these 10 days, or these 2 days, there are 10 themes which they have made it. Just I would like to give one pass-on mark on every theme. So the first, what we felt is about higher education qualification framework and national credit framework. So this what a greater understanding is required. And most of them, still they are confused. Many institutions are not able to interpret properly and doing it. Actually, this is not a today's idea. It came out from the UNESCO in 1973 regarding recognition of degrees equivalence of qualifications. So the qualification framework, what we are discussing about, it must be equivalence of qualification. And recognition of degrees, it will goes with the national credit framework. So these two differences, if you see UNESCO documents, you can find those differences. Especially, I would like to tell you, any program which we need, it should be a relevance. So for that, UGC has developed LOCF, Learning Outcome Based Curriculum Framework. Then the flexibility for UGC has come out in 2014 with choice-based credit system, and 2024 it is with National Credit Framework in accordance with the NEP 2020. Thirdly is the mobility. So that is what this NEP 2020 is also mentioning. Even though 2014 is mentioned, even UNESCO also mentioned about that. It is through academic bank of credits. These three policy documents we have to clearly to understand to go ahead. So this what just I wanted to tell you on this. The secondly, we are normally future of work. I have to thank Professor B.J. Raoji, who has made a wonderful presentation to think ourselves how we have to train our own things and how our human researchers should go off with that. Especially, I would like to tell you the initiatives what we need to develop, especially keeping in the inclusive models of pedagogy. So that's what normally we have to do. Why inclusive models of pedagogy? Because we are encounter with the students of different backgrounds and different learning abilities. So that is one of the things which help them. Whether students come to the institution for three purposes. One is for education, the second for the employment, third for entrepreneurship, 3 E's. So this we have to see. Normally, a first generation student prefer for an employment. So we have to look for the kind of skill training we have to impart. The second generation student will normally prefer pursuing higher studies, scholastic pursuit, so that intellectual property gains is possible. So that is, he want to move the higher education. The third generation student, normally the parent and grandparent made some wealth because of their education and employment, whatever it's so. But he can take the risk. He should go for entrepreneurship. In that kind of fashion, we have to develop the students how to prepare for the future of work. And thirdly, just I would like to see the digital education, which I am part of it. So here is also I used inclusive pedagogy in my things. First of all, I model pedagogy into teaching, learning, training, and engagement. The teaching is the prescribed curricula. Learning is beyond the curricula, which Swayam is helping. Third is training, the skill curricula, which Swayam Place is helping. And engagement is the national internship portal devised by the AICT. So that is going to give you engagement. So these four things, in addition to evaluation, is a separate part. So this is what normally I look at. And my university has come out because at the time one of the review meeting by additional secretary, when Sanjay Srivastava made one question, because students, when they are taking a course online, why they should need to pay a fee for that. So the same thing, before the Sanjay Srivastava made that particular point, I introduced a credit-based fee structure for tuition. Those students who are taking the credits online, I am giving the exemption. Remaining is that they have to pay, which they are taking from the institution. So this has helped to improve, but still students need to understand, our teachers also need to understand. So that's what normally I would like to, the university e-governance, normally the Professor Balerao has given well presentation about e-Samarth. We are not able to do, but this is going to help for intervention measures. So if you are able to use it. And fifthly, just this promotion of equity and higher education institutes. So this will be mainly reaching the unreached, it is going to be there. And then Indian knowledge system is one of the important things. So every central university should have one center, and they need to ensure that in every of the major curriculum, one unit should be dedicated for Indian knowledge system, so that students can get the inspiration and motivation. So then the research and innovation. So this is one of the important things which Sanjay Kumar ji has given, but I always focusing on the every department need to identify certain thrust areas, then they have to take the collaborations, so that will be considered as a clusters, it is to be there. And thirdly, they have to multi-transdisciplinary research is possible, and ultimately it is the socially relevant research and locally need-based, nationally important, and globally significant. So this they have to focus on. Then ranking and accreditation is one of the important aspects. The benchmarking and internationalization is measures, intervention measures are necessary. Because when I developed the curriculum, I looked into 4 parameters. One, how much international dimension is there? How much national dimension is there? How much regional dimension is there need? And then my own institution branding, uniqueness from the other institutions. So this way, just I told them to, at least 40 to 50% international dimension is there, the students' mobility will be easier. So this is what I felt it. So the next, the international of higher education. So this will be the global immersion which we speak about. That's mainly the language and cultural aspects that we have to look into that. Once a foreign student comes, how it is to be there. And then social immersion is also another important thing is. And now another important thing, a document submitted by presented by the UGC is global citizenship education. So this also we should focus on that. So okay, next the faculty development programs. One of the important things in the faculty development program, I wanted to say, because on the left side most of the vice chancellors are there, right side majority of the regulatory bodies, ministry and UGC are there. So that is why the mic is not available to us. So now I had to make it. Every institution need to make training need analysis in 5 areas. For example, based on the age group. So a fresh recruit needs the pedagogy models training. Second is subject advancement. Third is research, new areas if they wanted to do. Fourth is industry or NGOs connection. And fifth is managerial. So this will be the way if the training need analysis is done, then we have to send it. Then we have to see the outcome. I am first of such kind when I joined, when I attended one induction program at PSG College of Technology. So I have surprised they are using the audio visual technology for presentation purposes. Then immediately I came back and submitted a proposal to the AICT. At that time, relevance of educational technology in continuing technical education. That I got the 5 lakhs grant at the time as an assistant professor. So that's why now we have to, if someone is going for training, we have to see whether he is going to revise his syllabus, or whether he is going to submit a project, or whether he is going to conduct a similar training in his own institution to generate the money. So this what normally outcome we should expect it, what madam is made it. Thank you. This is the last one. Thank you. Thank you very much, I made. And first of all, wonderful hospitality and other things. I thank you, Ramashankar Dubeji, very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience. And now we invite Dr. Vineet Joshi ji, Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India, to share the take-away message and roadmap from this conference, distilling the essence of the discussions and paving the way forward.
A very good afternoon, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Shri Sukanta Majumdar ji, my colleague in the ministry, Sunil Barnwal, Additional Secretary, Professor Dubey ji, Vice Chancellor, Central University, Gujarat, Professor Manish Joshi, Secretary UGC, distinguished experts, Vice Chancellors, UGC officials, and my dear colleagues. It's my privilege to share with you once again as we conclude what has been a deeply engaging and forward-looking Vice Chancellor Chintan. Over the past 2 days, we have come together not just as individuals heading different institutions, but as a collective force entrusted with shaping the future of Indian higher education ecosystem. What I can say that this gathering has been a reflection of our shared commitments to the vision of NEP 2020. But more importantly, it is a reminder of the leadership role that each of us must play in translating this vision into tangible changes at the ground level. Let me outline a few clear expectations which have come in last 2 days as we move forward. First is integrating yoga in our life and keeping fit in line with Honorable PM's vision of Fit India. Secondly, implementing NHEQF, National Credit Framework, and the 4-year undergraduate program, just not as a policy priority, but as a transformational shift. This must be institutionalized thoughtfully, but without any further delay. We must prepare our students for the future of work by ensuring that our curricula, pedagogy, and internships align with the real-world life skills and other skill requirements. Platforms like Swayam and Apar ID on that must be embedded into the teaching learning ecosystem. Credit transfer, blended learning, and digital inclusion are now part of core academic delivery and not just add-ons. Use of artificial intelligence and ethical use of AI in governance, teaching, learning, and assessment needs to be started expeditiously. University governance must be made agile, data-driven, and citizen-centric. Tools like Samarth are enablers in this transformation, and I request your active leadership in their adoption. Our higher education system must reflect the spirit of equity and inclusion. From admissions to faculty diversity and campus environment, inclusiveness must be measurable and visible in terms of participation, opportunities, and deliverables. At the very least, teacher vacancies, especially at the assistant professor level, must be filled up expeditiously. The Indian knowledge system and Bharati Bhashas are not just cultural legacies, they are sources of academic strength and identity. Their integration must be strategic and meaningful through active student participation in culturally rich environment. We should work towards enriching libraries with IKS resources, starting museology as a department or as a center, setting up of knowledge clubs, language labs, and incubation centers for innovation. Translation of textbooks and production of high quality original academic material in Indian languages aligned with LOCF and enhanced with interactivity will serve as a step forward in this direction. Promoting research in STEM through Bharatiya languages, introducing interdisciplinary IKS minor courses, and training faculty in relevant domains should be our collective focus. Moving forward, we should work towards advancing Bhasha IKS integration through internationalization, innovation, startups, youth engagement, and digital transformation, thereby ensuring that our education system truly reflects the spirit of Bharat. We have also discussed how research and innovation must be outcome-oriented and nationally relevant. With increasing government investment, whether through ANRF, PMRF, or Centers of Excellence, we expect a sharper focus on interdisciplinary, socially impactful, and scalable research. In the global landscape, Indian institutions must be positioned as partners of choice. The Study in India program and our broader push for internationalization will need proactive support from each one of you. Lastly, no institutional reform can succeed without an empowered faculty. The Malviya Mission Teacher Training Program offers a critical platform. I urge all the Vice Chancellors to institutionalize faculty development as a continuous priority, not as a periodic exercise. The Ministry of Education stands with you as a partner, but also looks to you for performance and delivery. You are the leaders of India's higher education ecosystem, and your role is central to realizing our national aspirations for Viksit Bharat at 2047. Let us not lose the momentum generated in these 2 days. Let us go back with a concrete resolve to translate ideas into execution, foster teams that are aligned, agile, and committed. On our part in the ministry, we'll constitute VCs or experts groups to continue problem solving and hand-holding the institutions present here. I congratulate VC Gujarat and his whole team, the UGC officials, session experts, speakers, and institutional partners for their excellent efforts in making this conference a successful event. As we part, I urge you to lead with conviction. The decisions you take today will shape not just your universities, but the aspirations of millions of Indians around you. Thank you for your engagement, leadership, and partnership. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for capturing the key insights and future steps with such clarity and conviction. And now it is our time to honor and welcome our chief guest, Dr. Sukanta Majumdar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Government of India, whose contributions have been instrumental in advancing the vision of the National Education Policy 2020. I now request our chief guest, respected Dr. Sukanta Majumdar ji, to kindly address the distinguished gathering.
Namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. Today in this Chintan Sivir, we are at the verge of the end of this Chintan Sivir, which is also called the Honorable Vice Chancellor Conference. We have on the dais Shri Vineet Joshi ji, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Additional Secretary, Department of Higher Education, Shri Sunil Kumar Barnwal ji, Professor R.S. Dubey, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, Professor Manish Joshi, Secretary UGC, respected Vice Chancellor from the different parts of the country, distinguished member of academia, senior officials from the Department of Education, and my dear friends. It's a really matter of pride and pleasure also to be and to witness the gathering of academic leaders of the different from the different part of the country in the Kevadia, the land which carries the indelible spirit of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the Iron Man of our country. This sacred soil near the Statue of Unity remind us of the vision and resolve with which Sardar Patel unified around 562 princely states, laying the foundation of a strong and integrated Bharat. As we gather here and discuss on the role of Central University in nation building, it is only fitting that we draw inspiration from the legacy of the national integration, institutional strength and unity in diversity from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. He believed in the transformative power of unity, discipline and education. It is in his vision that forms the backbone of our National Education Policy 2020, a visionary and futuristic reforms aimed at making Indian education globally competitive while being rooted in Indian cultural ethos. The higher education sector in India has made remarkable accomplishments in over a decade through the combined efforts of ministry and our 57 central universities under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and our Education Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji. I am happy to know that out of 57 central universities, 30 central universities have achieved either A or A plus or A double plus grades in NAC ranking, signifying strong foundation in various academic and infrastructural aspects. The Academic Bank of Credit, ABC, a cornerstone of student-centric learning, now has over 2.75 crore students registered and includes 1,666 higher education institutions, many of which are central universities. The implementation of the UGC curriculum and credit framework has enabled multidisciplinary education, multiple entry-exit options, and flexible credit transfer, bringing our institution in line with global academic practices. In recent budget, allocation in central universities has been kept at rupees 16,691.31 crore against 15,928 crore in 2024-25, which is rupees 763.31 crore more, that is the 4.79% increase. Women's participation in higher education has also witnessed significant growth, with female enrollment rising from 1.57 crore in 2014-15 to 2.07 crore in 2021-22, making a 32% increase. We are promoting multilingualism as envisioned in the NEP, with entrance exams such as JEE, NEET and CUET being conducted in 13 Indian languages. The integration of technology in education has been accelerated through platforms like Swayam. Over 295 universities allow up to 40% of the academic credits through Swayam courses. The platform now issues nearly 9 lakh certificates annually. For the first time, Indian institutions such as IIT Madras, IIT Delhi are setting up their campus abroad, starting with Zanzibar, Tanzania and Abu Dhabi, UAE respectively. This marks a new era where Indian institutions are exporting high quality education globally, reinforcing India's status as a Vishwabandhu. Additionally, India has made a best ever performance in QS World University Ranking 2026. A total 54 Indian institutions are ranked, which is the five-fold increase since 2015. Among the Central University, University of Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Jamia Millia, University of Hyderabad are included in this ranking, and they have actually secured a very good ranking within 1,000 of the first 1,000 rank. These exemplary achievements are a testimony to the policy push, faculty efforts, students' excellence, and institutional leadership that India has cultivated in past decade. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas and Sabka Prayas has laid a foundation of a Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047. His far-sighted initiative, the National Education Policy 2020, is not just a reform but a renaissance in Indian education, empowering every learner to think globally while staying rooted in India's civilization ethos. I also take this opportunity to salute the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, whose tireless efforts have ensured the timely and widespread implementation of NEP 2020 across the country. His focus on access, equity, and excellence has catalyzed the transformation at every level, from foundational learning to global academic leadership. Dear Vice Chancellors, as we reflect at the feet of Sardar Dear Vice Chancellor, as we reflect here at the feet of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, we must recommit ourselves to his ideal. I am quoting him, एकता के बिना मानव शक्ति शक्ति नहीं है. जब तक कि उसे संगठित और निर्देशित ना किया जाए, तब वो एक आध्यात्मिक शक्ति बन जाती है. Vice Chancellor are not just administrators. You are the torchbearer of Indian intellectual destiny. Your decisions ripple across thousands of lives for generations to come, and let us together accelerate NEP 2020 implementation across all domains, so strengthen research and innovation ecosystem within the universities, foster the collaboration with industry and institutions, champion equity, excellence as twine goal. I urge all the Vice Chancellor to expand offering in future technologies, ensure faculty are constantly upskilled to fast evolving demand, and encourage student innovation in areas like AI and climate tech, health tech. As Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel unified India physically, you must now unify the minds and aspiration of young Indians across discipline, language, and geographies. As you know, there are few biologists here from the different universities. As a Vice Chancellor, they know even the tiny microorganisms, they talk between them. Even the plant cell, animal cell, they talk between them while they are inside the living state. So we must talk between us. The central universities, we talk between themselves, and this kind of conference or Chintan Shivir will help in this kind of dialogue. The universities like Hyderabad, Central University Hyderabad, which is grown enough, they can handhold the newly formed central universities. It may be the newly formed Motihari University, Central University of Bihar, which is situated in Motihari. The other central universities, those are newly established by the government of India. So all together, we can do a good work. And so that's why this kind of Chintan Shivir or the conference are very much necessary for the benefit of our education system. And as said in our ancient script, the altogether what we do, it will benefit all of us. That is, it is written also in our ancient script that Sangvachaddam, Sangvadoddham, Sangmo Manam Shijanatam. So this is the spirit, Indian spirit. All together we will go, we will rise, and we will make our India once again the Vishwa Guru. So let NEP 2020 be our guiding light. Let us collectively build an Atmanirbhar Bharat rooted in knowledge, wisdom and unity. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your inspirational address and for reinforcing our commitment to implement NEP 2020. Now, to express our gratitude to all those who have made this conference a meaningful and memorable event, I invite Professor Ramashankar Dubeji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, to deliver the vote of thanks.
इस 2 दिवसीय केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपतियों के सम्मेलन के समापन सत्र के अवसर पर आज के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि स्टेट मिनिस्टर फॉर एजुकेशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया डॉक्टर सुकांता मजुमदार जी, सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन डॉक्टर विनीत जोशी जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी हायर एजुकेशन डॉक्टर सुनील कुमार बर्नवाल जी, सेक्रेटरी यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन मनीष जोशी जी, और आप सभी कुलपतिगण, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन के सारे ऑफिशियल्स, यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट कमीशन के सारे ऑफिशियल्स, आपने ये 2 दिन के दौरान हमको जितना प्यार दिया, हमको जितना स्नेह दिया और हमारी सारी टीम को आप सब ने जितना स्नेह दिया, इसके लिए हम आप सबका बहुत 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 आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। यह गुजरात की धरती द्वारिकाधीश की धरती है, जिन्होंने ज्ञान योग, कर्म योग और भक्ति योग का संदेश दिया। इस 2 दिवसीय कुलपतियों के सम्मेलन का आरंभ हमारे कुलाधिपति डॉक्टर हसमुख कढ़िया जी के कर्मयोग के संदेश से प्रारंभ हुआ और उसके बाद हम लोगों ने 10 थीमेटिक सेशंस में ज्ञान से भरे सेशन का हम लोगों ने लाभ लिया। आज के इस विशेष सत्र के अवसर पर मैं अपने मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर सुकांता मजुमदार जी का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। माननीय मंत्री जी से मैं बात किया चंद मिनटों के लिए, तो हमें पता चला कि ही इज़ ए फेमस प्लांट बायोलॉजिस्ट एंड ही पेपर पब्लिश इन करंट बायोलॉजी एंड मेनी जर्नल्स आल्सो लाइक दैट, and he was talking to me that in which area you are working. I told my area of work is that stress metabolism in plants and mainly related to salinity stress, heavy metal stress and different stresses. Then he told me that I have been working in plant growth rhizobia, that how rhizobia they promote growth of the plants. So I was so happy to see that he has worked in plant biology with that overlapping our fields of plant biology and plant biochemistry. So I am very happy at this very moment that Honorable Minister Sir, you are here. And your vision which you mentioned about that you want education, inclusive education, innovative education, future-ready education, education where technology is integrated, and this is the aspiration, and this resonates with the aspirations of millions of students of our country and millions of stakeholders of our country. So this 2 days deliberation, the outcome of the deliberations will be very much helpful in shaping the future of higher education in our country. तो आज आप गुजरात की धरती पर आए हैं, आप सभी 2 दिन से देश के भिन्न भिन्न भागों से। मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लेना चाहता कि उस सरदार पटेल जिन्होंने एक भारत और श्रेष्ठ भारत का सपना देखा था, उस सपने को साकार करने की दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ें। और कुछ तो प्रेजेंटेशंस इतने आत्मविभोर करने वाले, इतने अपीलिंग लगे भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा से संबंधित। हम यदि देखें तो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 की आत्मा है कि हम छात्रों के अंदर, छात्राओं के अंदर भारतीयता को भरें। आचार्य चाणक्य जो शिक्षकों के आदर्श माने जाते थे, वो कहते थे कि शिक्षक तब तक सफल नहीं माना जाएगा जब तक कि वो हर छात्र छात्रा में राष्ट्रीयता की भावना का विकास न करे। और यही राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की आत्मा है जो भारतीयता की बात करती है, राष्ट्रीयता की बात करती है, और उसके साथ साथ कौशल युक्त युवाओं के सृजन की बात करती है कि जो युवा हमारी समाज की आवश्यकताओं के मुताबिक और ग्लोबल आवश्यकताओं के मुताबिक, राष्ट्रीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आवश्यकताओं के मुताबिक हम युवाओं को तैयार करें, तभी हम विकसित भारत का सपना देख सकते हैं। और विकसित भारत का जो सपना जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दिखाया है, गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्ति, एकता और एकजुटता, वो सारे के सारे सपने सरदार पटेल जी का भी वो विजन है, उनकी भी वो दृष्टि है। तो हम जो भारतीय हमारी जो शिक्षा पद्धति है, जो शिक्षा पद्धति में केवल ज्ञान की बात नहीं की गई, शरीर के, मनुष्य के निर्माण के लिए शरीर, मन, बुद्धि और आत्मा के भी विकास की बात की गई। जिस प्रकार की विकास की अवधारणा मदन मोहन मालवीय जी ने देखा, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने देखा, स्वामी अरबिंदो जी ने देखा, रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर जी ने देखा, उस भारतीय दृष्टि के अनुरूप हमको शिक्षा को आगे ले जाना है। और इसी पर जो मंथन से जो अमृत निकला है विगत 2 दिनों के अंदर, इसी को आधार मानते हुए हमको भविष्य के शिक्षा का स्वरूप हमें देना है। तो हम बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, शिक्षा मंत्रालय के बहुत बहुत हम आभारी हैं कि आप सबने गुजरात केंद्रीय विश्वविद्यालय को उस लायक आपने समझा और आपने जिम्मेदारी दी। हमने तो कुछ नहीं, हमारी टीम ने पूरा प्रयास किया, कितने दिनों से लगे हुए। जब से आपका पत्र प्राप्त हुआ तभी से हमारी टीम के सारे लोग, हमारे कुल सचिव महोदय, हमारे परीक्षा नियंत्रक महोदय, हमारे फाइनेंस अफसर और सारे जितने देख रहे हैं सारे डीन्स, हमने कोशिश की कि आपसे हर एक से व्यक्तिगत संपर्क करें, आपके आने के पहले से और तब तक लेके के आज तक। तो हमने कोशिश किया जहाँ भी कोई त्रुटि रही हो हमारी, और जहाँ भी कहीं सफलता रही हो पूरी हमारी टीम को। इसी के साथ साथ मैं फिर से आपका बहुत 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 इस गुजरात की धरती पर आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। नमस्कार, प्रणाम।
Thank you, sir, for your heartfelt words and your exemplary leadership throughout the conference. On behalf of Central University of Gujarat and Ministry of Education, we thank you all for your presence, your insights, and your unwavering dedication to shaping the future of Indian higher education. Let us carry forward this collective energy and shared purpose envisioned in NEP 2020 as we return to our institutions. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. There is one important announcement. A bus will depart at 3 p.m. today for sightseeing.